Hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. On orders from President Trump, additional 50% tariffs will be imposed on some Canadian imports. The president accuses the Canadians of unfairly discriminating against American autos, alcohol, and dairy products. Iran remains defiant.
10 consecutive nights of U.S. strikes haven't forced Tehran to loosen its grip on the Strait of Hormuz, through which about a fifth of all traded crude oil and natural gas previously passed. The UK's Maritime Trade Operations Agency says it's received multiple reports of a tanker being hit by a projectile 8 nautical miles off the coast of Oman. Iran's paramilitary Revolutionary Guard claimed the attack and those on 2 other ships targeted in the waterway since Sunday. As fighting has intensified between the US and Iran, mediators have stepped up efforts to revive the interim peace deal signed last month.
The BBC's Yolande Nell. Later today, Lebanon's president will meet with President Trump at the White House. A former U.S. Army soldier is under arrest in New York City, accused of starting a fire and firing a pellet gun outside a lower Manhattan federal building. The FBI describes Andrew Arabaka as an anti-American, anti-government extremist. Senator Darlene Graham announcing that she is running for a full term in her late brother Lindsey Graham's Senate seat. Sharing her decision with Fox News Channel Sean Hannity, Darlene Graham was sworn in last week to fill the remaining months of her brother's term, which comes to an end in January. Tropical storm Bertha strengthening in the Gulf of Mexico, moving toward the Florida Panhandle. A tropical storm warning extends from the Florida-Alabama border to Louisiana. A storm surge watch from the Alabama-Florida line to the mouth of the Mississippi River. On Wall Street this morning, Dow futures up 153 points. Nasdaq futures ahead 380 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hi, I'm Kirk Cameron. Christian Healthcare Ministries is not another health insurance policy. If you're tired of year-long contracts and pointless restrictions, CHM offers anytime enrollment on your schedule and at your convenience. With CHM, you're paying half the cost of a traditional health insurance plan. So that puts more money back into your budget for everyday needs. Plus, you'll have access to CHM's care solutions for virtual appointments, prescription savings, surgery support, and more. My family and I joined in 2018, and it's changed our lives for the better. We love paying way less while helping other believers afford their medical bills. Take the leap of faith and see why Christians across the nation are better with CHM.
Get started by calling 1-833-JOIN-CHM and use promo code WELLNESS for a 50% credit towards your first month. That's 1-833-JOIN-CHM and use promo code WELLNESS.
The sentence is life for a one-time drug lord in New York, and prosecutors are pleased with the punishment.
In Brooklyn, former Sinaloa cartel kingpin Ismael El Mayo Zambada has been sentenced to life in prison after pleading guilty last year to drug trafficking.
El Mayo was the world's single biggest drug trafficker this century.
U.S. Attorney Joseph Nocella says it's a worthy sentence after a years-long fight to bring the Mexican drug lord to justice.
A life sentence cut off from family, cut off from freedom, cut off from the outside world, is fitting punishment for the harm that El Mayo has caused to countless victims.
At his hearing, Zambada apologized for the harm he caused and called for an end to the cycle of drug violence. Judge Brian Cogan honored a defense request that the 76-year-old be recommended to a federal prison hospital where he can be treated for age-related illnesses. I'm Jennifer King.
News and analysis at townhall.com. The Women's Tennis Association introducing one-time mandatory genetic testing for all players. It's effective today.
It's a requirement to compete at the 2028 Los Angeles Olympics. The WTA has updated its women's eligibility policy to include gender screening based on biological sex this week to preserve the integrity of women's professional tennis and maintain fair competition conditions for all players. The new policy takes the organization in line with the eligibility policy introduced by the IOC in March to align with President Trump's executive order on sports ahead of the 2028 Olympics. Keith Peters, Washington.
A federal judge is ordering Paramount and Warner Brothers Discovery to halt their $81 billion merger for at least 2 weeks. This will allow states challenging the deal more time to see their case in court. They argue the combination would extinguish competition. More on these stories, townhall.com.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98, queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Pierce 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus, free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
Trouble getting to sleep and staying asleep is infuriating. Your mind races, you toss and turn. Nutrition company Healthy Cell created REM sleep to help you quickly fall asleep, stay asleep, and sleep deep. Unlike other supplements that don't work, REM sleep is not a pill. It's a gel you swallow with ultra-absorption of science-backed ingredients supporting all 4 stages of sleep. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order. Risk-free. Love it or your money back. Guaranteed. Healthycell.com. Code Godzilla.
Folks, this is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Soul Tea. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Soul Tea. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Soul Tea for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Soul Tea. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are a $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Well, happy Tuesday morning, everybody. I like what I said yesterday. Happy morning. This is the John Fredericks Media Network. I'm Dan Hobgood. Time for a look at, among other things, weather and sports. We'll start, as we always do, with where I am in Richmond, Virginia. And by the way, folks, just across the network, might want to have an umbrella handy today. Going to see a high today of 88 in the River City, a low tonight of 74 with possible storms. Right now, the temperature in the RVA is 72 degrees. Squirrels, at least supposed to start a home series against Hartford tonight, weather permitting. 7:05 first pitch. In D.C., you're looking at a high today of 90 with possible storms this afternoon. 73 tonight, still with some storms. Right now, the temperature in Washington, 77 degrees. The Nats top the Rockies, 7-3 in Colorado last night. 8:40 first pitch tonight. In Atlanta, you're looking at a high today of 90, a low of 74. Right now, the temperature in Georgia also 74 degrees. Braves outlast the Padres at home 3-2 last night, 7:15 first pitch tonight. Nashville, you're looking at a high today of 95 with spotty storms this afternoon, a low of 73 still with possible storms. Right now, the temperature already 81 degrees, and if that doesn't sound bad enough, apparently feels like 94. Yuck. When's fall? Philadelphia, you're looking at a high of 83 with storms today, a low of 73 tonight with heavy storms. Right now, the temperature in the city of brotherly love, Papa Joe Green, 75 degrees. Phils beat the Dodgers 10-7 last night. First pitch, 6:40 for the two teams tonight. Morgantown, you're looking at a high today of 82 with possible storms this afternoon, a low of 67 tonight with heavy storms. Right now, the temperature in, by God, West Virginia, 70 degrees. Last but certainly not least, nearest and dearest to my heart, perhaps, you Yinzers out there in the 412, a high today of 80 with possible storms, a low tonight of 64 with heavy storms. Right now, the temperature, Mario Lemieux, 66 degrees. The Buccos fall to the Yankees 8-5 last night in New York, 7:05 first pitch tonight. Well, JF should be in a good mood. The Astros were winners over Miami last night. The Boston Red Sox extend their win streak to 14 after last night's victory over the O's. And just a reminder, folks, NFL training camps starting to commence later this week. Bringing you today's Weather and Sports Update is the Godzilla Wins radio show for the best insight, analysis, and picks. Watch and listen to Godzilla Wins Saturday mornings from 9 to 11 all across the John Fredericks Media Network. Plus, to get John's daily sports picks, you know what to do. Go to GodzillaWins.com. Once again, that's GodzillaWins.com. And now for a few words to the wise. Today, I'd like to examine the rather commonplace notion of crony capitalism. As noted yesterday, the first thing that we need to do in evaluating these sorts of terms is ask the question, what are we talking about? So let's get some practice in here. Self-evidently, crony capitalism combines two pre-existing concepts, cronyism and capitalism. Cronyism refers to a partnership between government and certain businesses in which the former exhibits favoritism to the latter based on any number of factors. Already, I hope that you're encountering proverbial red flags in your thinking, because that's what should be happening. Problem here is one of the attributes of capitalism, of a free market, is a separation of business and state, akin to a separation of church and state. The government doesn't pick winners, it plays the role of umpire, simply calling balls and strikes, policing society for rights violations, and thereby criminalizing fraud and the unprovoked undue use of force. To marry the concepts of cronyism and capitalism would be like creating a new kind of workout called walking running. Wait, what? Which one is it? Walking and running aren't merely two dissimilar ideas, they're moreover two contradictory ideas. By definition, in walking, both feet are simultaneously on the ground for a split moment per stride. In running, meanwhile, they're both suspended in air for a split moment. Of course, if you're trying to be a champion runner, take it from me that the key goal is to minimize the time that both feet are off the ground, but I digress. Indeed, as with walking and running, cronyism and capitalism have no business being combined into some sort of hybrid concept. And as with yesterday, we already have another term for what we're talking about, if someone wants to use a practical synonym for cronyism itself. Notably, the synonym is another word that many folks bandy about like a frisbee, albeit incorrectly. The term, of course, is fascism, to which the most infamous adherent was Nazi Germany. What's ironic about contemporary use of the word fascism as a criticism is that it so often, if not universally, comes from self-proclaimed socialists. Why is this ironic? Because, as astonishingly few people realize, Nazism was an abbreviation of the phrase National Socialism, which gets us back to the larger point about these various strains of statism, and that is that they're all various strains of statism. Arguing over whether a system is fascist or socialist or communist, etc., it's splitting hairs, and distractingly so. The key, as we've previously discussed, is that they all reject individual rights and exalt the gang, or the gang leader anyway, over the average Joe. And obviously enough, I hope by this point, they're in no way capitalistic or representative of the political spectrum's far right. On the subject of the political spectrum, let's dive into that some tomorrow. But in the meantime, this has been Dan Hobgood for the John Fredericks Media Network. Outside the Box with the Ox is next, followed, of course, by The John Fredericks Show. Stay tuned, everyone.
This whole nasty lettuce thing, causing explosive cyclospora, they say, affecting 1,600 plus of us in 34 states. So all the king's horses and all the king's men set out to find the source. Lettuce, they think. As an aside, on a recent tour of the once porous Yuma border station, we learned how hordes of illegals coming through Biden's incomplete border fence were living in the produce fields on our side. Like first stop after a journey. So, well, what's the first thing we all do after a trip? Contaminating large percentages of the crops that feed 90% of the rest of the country during the winter months. So it can happen. Well, a lettuce supplier to many stores and fast food restaurants said, mea culpa. Uh-oh. So many of them, and most notably in the news, Taco Bell pulled the stuff, at least from a few states' restaurants.
You gonna eat that? What, that? No. Yes. No. Well, no, I'd crossed my mind. Yeah.
Now the parent company of the lettuce supplier says further tests show the original information was a false positive and apologized for the confusion.
Next time, be more careful. Kids, what are you gonna do?
Explosive diarrhea, eh? Thinking outside the box. Refried beans, taco meat, tortillas, coated with the stuff RFK Jr. wants to make illegal, along with that road tar ingredient we call cheese sauce or queso, he says, and their assortment of hot sauces in which hot is only the second hottest, while evoking evil deities' names for the really hot stuff. And we're being told the reason we get explosive diarrhea there is from the lettuce? Here outside the box with the Ox in the Eastern Time Zone and now in West Virginia on the John Fredericks Media Network.
John Fredericks.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild.
They want to have every single thing that you don't want. Raise taxes, men and women's sports. They're going to open up their border.
Trump hits the speed dial.
Thank you for calling in on such short notice.
You came first, John.
Wake up with the John Fredericks Show weekday morning, 6 Eastern, 5 Central on JFMN.TV, the massive J-Fred radio network, and all across the socials.
You came first, John. Thank you very much, and you do a great job.
Right now, download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play and get the entire Mountaineer sports world in the palm of your hand. Right now, get notified when new stories drop about your favorite Mountaineers teams and athletes. Download the WV Sports Nation app right now. Get updates on next level Mountaineers like Weatherholt and Joe Mazzulla. All that and more right in your pocket right now. Download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play. Download the app right now.
You hear a lot about weight loss injections because the results are dramatic, but injections aren't for everyone. So doctors created a new generation weight loss supplement. This is non-prescription lean, and the science behind it is impressive. The studied ingredients in lean are intended to address weight loss in 3 powerful ways: help maintain healthy blood sugar, help control appetite, and help convert fat into energy so you burn it faster.
Get 20% off with discount code Godzilla at TakeLean.com. Code Godzilla at TakeLean.com.
He brings Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who always says to lace them up and lace them tight, John Fredericks.
Well, let's get ready to rock and roll. The communists at the gates. This is unbelievable. I'm John Fredericks, your Godzilla of Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables. I want to give a shout out to all our 5 a.m. and 6 a.m. listeners. Thank you for joining us. Also, Robin in Virginia, Litchfield, thank you for knitting us, quilting us that beautiful Stars and Stripes 250 commemorative blanket. We got it right on the couch. And thank you for doing that. Here's a picture of it right there. There it is right there, Robin. You're ready to go. We were we got to keep it away from the cat. That's the main thing. No blanket or chair or sitting place is safe in our house with the cat, but we're going to keep it away from him so he doesn't mess it up. And but thank you for doing that, Robin. I really appreciate it. And thanks everybody for helping us out here and for our listeners and for our show and all the great things that are happening with us. I'm live in Washington, D.C. Great to have you. Dan, how's my audio going? You know, I'm one of the only people that's on the radio and TV that do not use a microphone. I have this little lapel thing here, which I think is just, there's something when you get accustomed to this. Maybe the audio, Dan, isn't as crisp or clean, but there's a freedom about it because you're not like looking at that mic, and so it becomes more conversational. That is my advice to people out there in the business. Much more conversation when there's no microphone involved, but hope the audio is good. And Dan, hope you're doing great.
Yeah, all well. And yes, sounds good to me as far as I'm concerned. I like that thought. That's a good notion to have regarding a good strategy for keeping things more light and free flowing.
And not radio central. I mean, that's the thing.
Right.
I mean, we're a multimedia company, so you got to go with the flow, right?
We are indeed.
And,
yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So I've done these lapel mics forever. It was actually Harry Oates' idea. Harry, thank you. Harry with Real America's Voice back when I was there said, you just need to drop the microphone. Like a lot of people have those in radio, and it's a little restrictive because you're looking at it, it's there. It's it's like there's something about it. So I said, all right, I'm going to give it a shot, and we never looked back. Now I tell you what I'm going to do right now, Dan, because I'm feeling great. Not 100% over my cold, right? Took some Dayquil, got some cough medicine if I needed to take that, but things are a little bit better. But here, Dan, right on camera, I'm going to take my Lean, which I just started, my new weight loss supplement. You take 3 of these in the morning with a full glass of water, and it's right here, Dan. And I could stand to lose. I got to lose about 25 pounds. I got to get down to 220. I'm determined to do that by the end of the year. Now I can lose 15 or 20 pounds. So I'm going to do these. I just started it, and it's real easy. You just take 3 of them out like I did, and you just down them. I wrote that. That's it. Took me 5 seconds. I took my 3 Lean before breakfast. I'm ready to go. It's all you have to do. I eat at the 8 o'clock hour when I get my little break there. But you just got to take 3 of these. A little bit of water, Danny. You're good to go.
A lot of good, huh?
Well, it's very, very healthy. Keeps your metabolism going. Keeps your blood sugar consistent, and burns fat. So look, I'm going to take you through this journey. I started this thing at 242. We'll see what happens, right? So one thing about when you're doing these weight loss programs on air and you're on screen, you're either going to lose the weight or not.
Yeah, that's right. There's no.
You're either going to say
there's
you
no
look
fudging
like
it.
you lost weight or you didn't. Like there's nowhere. Like you can't do like a blog testimonial, right? You're on air every day. You're on camera multiple times a day. So you either lost the weight or you didn't, right? You either feel better or you don't. and it's obvious to our viewers. I'm going to start with our Bible quote of the day from Jeremiah. Jeremiah. How did I say that wrong twice? Jeremiah 31:25. For I will satisfy the weary soul, and every languishing soul I will replenish. In the words of our Lord God. Dan, the communists are coming. They're at the gate. They're all over the place. Now there's starting to be some buyer's remorse from the Democrats. But look, they have a movement, and they are going to win these races. And this guy, Al Syed, which is and the number of these people that are not even born in America. I mean, they're foreigners. They have no interest in the United States of America. Absolutely zero. No interest. Let's start here with Bernie Sanders. I'm going to get to cut one. Bernie says America must not give one nickel more to Israel. Now they got a rift with Israel. When I grew up, the Democrat Party was the biggest supporter of Israel. Now they want to wipe them off the face of the earth from the river to the sea. Unbelievable. Cut one. Bernie Sanders, no Israel. Roll it.
We must not give one nickel more of U.S. taxpayers to the extremist government in Israel. Not another nickel. Now, AIPAC may not like that, but that is what the American people want. They want us to invest in education, child care, not in the Netanyahu government.
This movement's real, folks. This is a real movement they have. And Israel better wake up and smell the coffee right quick, because their days in getting money from this country are over. When you got this guy, look, this guy Abdul is a Muslim. He hates Christians. He hates Jews. They're gonna nominate this guy for the U.S. Senate in Michigan. And when you draw that kind of crowd and that kind of cheering over Israel, and you're pro-Palestinian, I mean, these people understand that they're rooting for Iran, not only because they hate Trump and they want to see them win the midterms. They're rooting for Iran because they hate America. They want Iran to win. They want gas prices of $5. They want Iran to win the war. They want the Houthis to be funded. They want Hamas to be funded. They want to kill Israelites. They want to be pro-Palestinian. This is what they want. This is way beyond winning the midterms. The people that we're electing to these positions detest, despise, and hate America, its founders, its foundation, its government, what it stands for, the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, Catholics, Jews, Christians. They hate them all. And that is what the Democrats are nominating. And that's why I'm telling you, we are going to win. There's not enough of them. Now, maybe someday there'll be, but right now, this is a sliver. There is not a majority of these people. And yes, they're going to win these crazy blue cities, but we're going to win everything else. Here's this guy, Abdul El Sayed, whatever his name is, another Muslim non-American. This guy's going to be the Senate nominee out of Michigan. Now, he's going to lose to Mike Rogers, but he is going to be their nominee. It's going to cost them this seat. This guy's another one that's bat crap crazy, right? Beyond, now, it's even beyond a libtard. These are anarchists. These people want to, do you know that the Democratic Socialists of America, the Communist Party, they want to dissolve the presidency. They want to dissolve the Senate. They just want to dissolve it. And they just want to tell you what to do. You've got a mayoral socialist candidate in LA that has she's running on the platform of banning backyard barbecues. I kid you not. Second largest city in the country. She wants to, if she's mayor, she will ban backyard barbecues because they're hazardous and smoke goes in the air. So you're not going to be able to grill out a hot dog. I mean, this is the nanny state. This is the communist state where you have no rights. The government tells you what to do, and you have to get permission to grill a hot dog on your back porch. I mean, and people are going to be voting for this lady. Yeah, no hot dogs. Down with the dogs. Down with the hamburgers. Down with grilling. No barbecue for you. And she's going to get votes and probably win. Let the government tell you you can't grill out. It's insanity what is going on. Here's this crackpot Muslim, anti-Christian, anti-Catholic, anti-American nutball Muslim. I don't know what he is. Libtard extraordinaire communist running. He's going to be the Michigan Senate candidate for the Democrat Communist Party. 2, take a look.
So I talked to former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene on this podcast in April, and it's kind of remarkable how similar some of your positions are. Like, she also has condemned AIPAC's influence in politics, called for no more U.S. taxpayer dollars to Israel, said that the cost of health insurance needs to go down. Do you think you could build this new coalition with people like MTG?
Look, she said a lot of things I disagree with, too. I'll just say this, that I wouldn't be surprised, right? You know, when you ask me about why establishment elite Democrats are so worried about me, it's because there are a lot of people who listen to her who are going to vote for me in the general election. They're not afraid I'm going to lose. They're afraid I'm going to win. And at the end of the day, we get so polarized about D versus R, red versus blue, that we forget that when you talk about the things that people actually care about, you can win elections. You can do that in uncommon ways. But too often, the Democratic Party is more interested in continuing to take money from its corporate and special interest donors than it is in speaking conventional truth. It should be an obvious thing that everybody agrees with, that we should keep our money here. It should be an obvious thing that everybody agrees with, that people shouldn't go into medical debt in the richest, most powerful country in the world. The fact that MTG agrees with those points should not be all that uncommon, because they're just like obvious things to say. And the fact that neither party is willing to say that is a reflection of the amount of money both parties take from the corporations and the special interests who, in effect, buy them off to be able to say that. Look, when you have a public consensus that's here, right, everybody kind of agrees on one thing, and then a political consensus that's over here, the difference is usually somebody's money. When it comes to healthcare, the difference is pharma money and health insurance money and big hospital money. And when it comes to the question of foreign policy, the difference is usually AIPAC money. And if we got that money out, maybe our political consensus would match our public consensus.
There's your next senator from Michigan. By the way, that podcast with Politico is like Twitter's. It's like Twitville. I mean, she asks like twit questions. She's in the White House briefing room, a nice enough young lady. But I mean, it's like, you know, oh, are you like MTG? Because she says the same things. Aren't you like MTG? I mean, I don't know how I stay in this business, folks. You guys got to prop me up. I mean, sometimes I say to myself, jokers to the left of me, riddlers to the right, whatever that song is. Unbelievable. We'll be right back with your calls, 888-480-JOHN. Communist at the gate. We'll talk about the war in Iran when I get back.
Doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Trump 2.0 is in full effect. How do you keep up with all the action? I'll tell you. TrumpNationNews.com is your inside source for the inside scoop. Manufacturing, jobs, deportations, and the nation's rejuvenation. The first 100 days and beyond. All the news you need and no liberal gibberish. It's the perfect way to start your day. Sign up for the TNN newsletter. Do it today. TrumpNationNews.com. TrumpNationNews.com. Part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Everybody's talking about weight loss injections because the results are so dramatic. They work by lowering blood sugar and reducing appetite. So, what if you're looking to lose weight but not interested in painful weekly injections, especially when you hear about some of those intense side effects? That's why doctors created a weight loss supplement called Lean, and the results are remarkable. The ingredients studied in Lean have been shown to lower your blood sugar, burn fat by converting it into energy, and curb your appetite and cravings, so you're not as hungry. But listen, Lean is not for the casual dieter with only a few pounds to lose. The doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition created Lean for frustrated dieters with 10 or more pounds to lose. Get started with 20% off and free rush shipping so you can add Lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. Go to takelean.com and enter the code Godzilla for your discount. That's discount code Godzilla at takelean.com.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your sat phone. Call now.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
People are out there saying, oh, the Iranians are never going to live by it. But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
Some guys might decide that it's a little too tough, or it's a little too hard, it's a little too demanding. I'll give you a little example. I got an anonymous letter from a parent. It said, you know, we're just kind of bummed out this year that the boys only get 2 weeks off before they start their summer conditioning program. You know, normally they get 3. Well, we gave them a week at the start of the semester rather than at the end. But here's my point, okay? It's Division I football! It's the Big 12! It ain't intramurals! You got 2 weeks after finals, you got a week of July 4th, and you got a week before camp starts. That's a month! That's probably more vacation than you guys get. And we're a little bummed out that we don't get 3 weeks?
Don't touch that dial. You've found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
You got him. Great to have you with us. Hey, I tell you what, I'm really fired up about this lean. I just wanted to give you guys a little info on it because I just started taking it. I think it's going to really work for me. But check this out. Some of you can go through the journey with me, and everybody, you know, I don't want to take these injections. I just don't want to do it. So I get the GLP thing. A lot of people are on it, but my thing is, what happens when you go off it? First of all, it's expensive. And then what happens when you go off it? That's the problem. Like, does a weight come back on? There's side effects. You know, that's why doctors created a weight loss supplement called Lean. This is from Brickhouse Nutrition. The studied ingredients in Lean have been shown to target weight loss in 3 ways: help support healthy blood sugar without spiking it, help your body burn fat by converting it into energy, and help curb appetite and cravings so you're not as hungry, so your calorie intake goes down. Now, obviously, there's diet and exercise that goes with everything, but Lean was created for frustrated dieters like me who have 10 or more pounds to lose. If you're trying to lose 5 pounds, no. You want to lose 10 or more, you want to check this out. We're going to get you started with 20% off and free rush shipping so you can add lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. All you got to do is visit takelean.com. That's takelean.com and enter Godzilla for your discount. That's promo code Godzilla at takelean.com. That's takelean.com, and you are good to go. And check it out. And if you're serious, if you need to lose weight and you're serious about it, we're going to go through this journey together. And I'm determined to get down to 225. And then I'm going to be a fighting weight. Speaking of fighting weight, let's get to Dave in Arizona. Dave, Communists at the Gate, you're live.
Thanks so much, Godzilla. So I'm getting prepared to go to the polls today because it's primary day here in Arizona State 48. And I want to contrast what I'm doing today. I'll be there from 5 a.m. till probably 9 p.m. The polls close at 7. We have to pack up and, make sure the site's all secure and all that stuff. So it's probably another 2 hours. And I just want to contrast what I'm doing today with what the illustrious Senate is doing in the United States Capitol, in the Imperial Capitol, because I think they're completely unserious. And it's not just them, it's the executive branch too. Where is VP Vance? Why is he not taking over the Senate and doing work of we the people? If the unserious 100 won't do it, why is VP Vance not doing it? Too busy with, I understand he just had his 4th baby. That's great. Has a new book. That's great. But you know what? The country's on fire. And it's been on fire literally since the 25th of May, 2020, when we watched Somaliopolis burn. And that was in Trump 1.0. And that was another example of how unserious this country is to serve we the people as our servants. They've forgotten that entire dynamic. The federal government requires or allows the Senate and the House to be in session 130 days a year.
Well, Rob, Dave, you made this point over and over. Okay, we kind of get it. Vance is not there; he's not going to do it. So I understand your frustration. Okay, but the thing is, he's not doing it, so it's not going to happen. And now you got President Trump backing Lindsey Graham's sister for the U.S. Senate. I don't know anything about her. She's not run for anything. Now we're into nepotism, right? Now we're into let's just put people in there. It's like soupy sales show. I mean, that to me is it's a non-serious body as it is, and now you're endorsing somebody's sister to go to the Senate. We have no idea what she stands for. She has no record. She has no policies. She won't talk to the media, and now we're going to endorse her for Senate in the August primary, which is which is 3 weeks away. Now, that to me is a bigger issue than the fact that you keep saying Vance should go to the Senate and hit gavels, which he's not going to do. I mean, he's not going to do it, Dave. So we got to move on from that and deal with reality. And the reality is, we got the president backing a candidate for Senate where the country's hanging by a thread, and we have no idea where this woman stands on anything. I mean, this could turn out to be the Amy Coney Barrett of the U.S. Senate. This could be another Murkowski. We have no idea what she stands for, and she won't even talk to the media. Like I don't know, how does she go through this 3-week campaign and say nothing? Unbelievable. I'm like you, Dave. I'm beside myself. But Vance isn't going to preside over the Senate. So I mean, I get it. I get your position. It's not going to happen. So now what, Dave?
I don't know. I don't know what the alternative is. I don't know how we convince these people. I call Paul Gosar, my representative in CD9 Arizona, daily. He's responsive. I mean, he was the guy that stood up against certification back in 2020, 2021. But I don't know how we make the other people listen to us. It really seems like it's becoming a pitchfork moment, because unfortunately the barbarians are inside the gate, and the people that serve us are just tone deaf completely. I don't know.
Dave, we
I am beside
operate.
myself, but you know
Dave.
what? I'm going to do my part and go work the
We
balls.
we operate, Dave, out of fear. The Republicans operate out of fear. They operate out of cowardice. They operate out of defense. They're afraid of their own shadow, and nobody will stand up to the communists because they're afraid. Let's play. Let's go to 9, 10, and 11. Okay, here is Mandami. They're reporting in increases in rape in New York City. And he's saying, well, that's because we've expanded the definition of what counts as rape. I just let this sink in. Rapes are up in New York because the streets are not safe. You can't go down the street. So Muslims there, illegals walking around and just rape women. And so it's becoming an epidemic in New York City. And the mayor's response is, well, we've downgraded, what is classified as rape. So what is that? Like if you don't ejaculate in that woman, it's not rape? Like, what are you talking about? I mean, this is the insanity of the communist takeover of this country. Now rape is not rape because he doesn't like the numbers. 9, roll it.
Something else that she brought to my attention was the number of police officers obviously didn't increase. So you called her the night before. She was a little bit caught by surprise. She said, though, that rape and felony assaults are concerning to her in terms of those numbers, and that she, as the council, will continue to push for more officers. And she said that, the NYPD is touting low numbers, but she's looking at different numbers. Somewhere in the middle is the truth. Where is it?
Well, I believe the NYPD, when they put forward their numbers, what we're seeing are some of the lowest numbers that New York City has seen in recorded history, especially when it comes to murders and shootings. These are the lowest we've ever seen. And what I think is important to know is a lot of the increase in rape also comes from an expanded definition of what counts as rape, as well as survivors coming forward for acts that took place years prior. And we are thankful for them coming forward, the courage and the bravery it takes, but just to provide New Yorkers with that context. And I'm proud that in working with Commissioner Tisch, we were able to fulfill the 2 hopes that we had earlier in the year to provide 2 different command centers in the Bronx like we do in Brooklyn and Manhattan and in Queens, and to also provide additional training to officers, all within the originally authorized headcount.
Okay. So basically, rapes are up, but we expanded the definition of rape, so therefore they're down. I mean, this is what the news media purports, and this is the guy that is the head of this movement. Okay, I guess rapes of women are now the definition has changed. I don't know what it means. I mean, rape is rape, right? But I guess now they've said, well, there's more rapes because we're now classifying it differently. All right. Here's another communist running that's going to get elected to Congress, this Avila Chevalier, talking about how she hates America. This person is going to Congress. She shouldn't be seated. These people should not even be seated. 10, go.
Let me ask you overall kind of on some of these issues. Of course, Israel was a big one. One of your staunchest positions in this campaign was against Israel and what they're doing in Gaza. You called it a genocide. So when you go to D.C., is it something you want to bring up right away? And how do you kind of envision that playing out?
There are a number of bills that I'll sign on to on day one, and one of them is the Block the Bombs Act, because I do believe that what's happening is a genocide, and I believe that it's a moral injury to the American people that our tax dollars are being used to enact this genocide. And so I think that this plays out in every single policy decision that we will make, right? If you value life, that is going to reflect in how you think about health policy. That's going to play out in how you think about housing. That's going to play out in how you think about childcare. And so if you cannot stand against a genocide, right, it makes me wonder whether you can stand for the things that working people in this country need, whether that's healthcare, housing, a Green New Deal. All of those things are deeply important to the American people.
And how
the Green New Deal? The Green New Deal. Now we're back to that now? That scam? Look at what they're saying, right? Gaza is genocide. Therefore, we need universal child care. I mean, think about what these nutballs are saying. I mean, this person is going to the U.S. Congress. This is just one of many of these guys and gals. Here she is again, saying that the Democrat base wants fighters who understand the struggle that they're going through. 11, take a look.
Before I get to some issues, I want to ask you about other Democrats who were quick to react about what happened on primary night, right? For example, Josh Gottheimer was one of them. In the past, Tom Suozzi, a Democrat from Long Island, had DSA should have their own party. What do you make of other Democrats now coming out and saying, well, this isn't representative of us as a whole?
Well, you know, I'm very excited to be the Democratic nominee. I'm very excited to know that the working people of this district voted for the things that we were running on, right, around affordable housing, around making sure that we were abolishing ICE, making sure that we're investing our tax dollars in our children here. And those are the values of the Democratic base, not only here in New York, but across the country. And we see that with election after election across the country, whether that was with Chris Rabb in Philadelphia, Dr. Hamaway in New Jersey, or with Melat Kiros in Denver. And there are so many more races like Donovan McKinney's in Michigan that I'm very excited to watch closely, and Justin Pearson's in Tennessee. I think what we're seeing is more and more Americans coming out to say this is what Democrats want.
But how do you envision yourself and what you view as your views? When I'm listening carefully, is it far off from the Democratic Party, or do you believe that they were outliers and shouldn't have said those things?
You know, I think the Democratic base, like so many, like myself included, felt abandoned by the establishment Democrats who have really been serving in many ways corporate interests instead of the working people of this country. And I think what the Democratic base is showing right now is that they want fighters who understand the struggle that they're going through and who are going to go to Washington and fight to make sure that we can lead dignified lives. Yeah. And, you know, I think for so many who I've yet to have conversations with, I just ask that they withhold judgment about who I am and the type of leadership that I bring to Washington until they've had a conversation with me.
I asked.
This is unbelievable. I mean, did you ever think we'd be in a time in this country where we're electing these communist crackpots to Congress, sitting in Congress? Did you ever think there was a time we'd see this? I mean, it's just hard to fathom. It's hard to fathom. I want to get to Chris Cuomo, who kind of understands this. And then I'm going to get to John, but let me see if I can find. I think this was towards the end. We have to keep playing these folks so you understand what is going on. We're going to get to 33 and 34. This is Andrew Cuomo, right? Former governor of New York, ran for mayor, says the Democratic Party is in the middle of a civil war. And then he goes on to say that he talks about crypto, tokenization, but let's just start with 33. Start there, and we'll go from there. Dan, go ahead. Take a look here, Chris. I'm sorry, Andrew Cuomo.
Well, I mean, Andrew, look, you've got people who are trying to slow down the AI race, the digital assets race. I mean, look what just happened with Kathy Hochul. Okay, she just put a 1-year moratorium in. She doesn't want any data centers built in New York. What is your reaction?
Well, look, the Democratic Party is in the middle of a civil war, right? And you have moderate mainstream Democrats, such as myself, which have been challenged by the far left extremists. Now, the Democratic Party always had a far left, like the Republican Party always had a far right. But this far left on the Democratic Party basically has been energized by the opposition to President Trump. You have a lot of young people who are now engaged in the political process. You have guys like Bernie Sanders saying that the future of the Democratic Party should be a socialist party, which is sort of ironic, since Bernie Sanders is an independent in the first place. He's not even a Democrat. He's telling us what the Democratic future should be. But socialism has not worked anywhere on the globe, Maria.
Yeah.
Promises of free lunch, free buses, free rent, free everything. There is no such thing as free. Someone always pays. This is a dream. This is nirvana. This is utopia.
Yeah.
And they're selling to young people who are buying it. But it's not going to work. And the socialist movement is the best thing the Republicans have going for them.
Truer words have never been said, which is why I'm telling you why we're going to win in the midterms. Okay? If they were nominating mainstream Democrats, we're going to lose. They're nominating crazy people. And like Andrew Cuomo said, a Democrat. It has failed all over the globe wherever it's been tried. But young people, they hate Trump, they hate this, they hate that, they hate America. They've been indoctrinated with hate. And so here we are. And there's a coming break point in this country. And it's coming and it's going to break. We have cities versus states. We have cities versus the federal government. We have communists versus the whole Constitution, that they want to tear it down. And right now it sounds good, looks good, but when people actually have to make a decision, do you want to tear your country down to nothing and bankrupt it, or do you want to live a life of freedom and prosperity? They're just not going to win. Let's get to one more call here. Let's get to Anthony in Florida, line 3, I think. Anthony, go ahead.
Okay, this is going to be difficult for me to say, but I'm going to say it. Like the analogy you just made, like, oh, the communists and things like. Do you know why these people are winning? They're not necessarily winning because they're communists. They're winning in cases because when they say what they're going to do, they say they're going to do something, they do it. They make a promise and they keep it. They say, oh, well, we're going to impeach Trump and we're going to go after his crew and we're going to prosecute them and we're going to do hearings. And they follow through. Our side, that guy said something. Trump under delivers. He over promises and then under delivers. He oversells and then under delivers. A good portion of MAGA, they don't hate America, and a lot of the people that voted for Trump that crossed over, they hate him now because he didn't follow through. He didn't keep his promises. He did so in some areas. He did good things in some areas, and he screwed us over in other areas. And it's like I need you to kind of understand that some of us on the in-between, they're irritated because every day is like, oh, you can't, it's the same thing. And I get tired of them, like Groundhog's Day. Oh, they can't have a nuclear weapon. They can't have a nuclear weapon. I get tired of hearing that. It's like, okay, dude, like do something. Oh, I just want, follow through. Okay, you promised no new wars, mass deportations, rest.
All right. Well, look, we go through this. We go through the same thing we go through the same thing with you several days a week. I want you to come up with some new material. Okay, I get it. You're not voting for Trump. You're mad. You're staying home. All your friends are staying home. You'd rather turn the country over to the communists. I get it, right? You're going to make a statement, elect the communists by staying home and being pissed off. I mean, it's a free country, Anthony. You do what you want. Okay, I'm not going to do that. Look, nothing is perfect. I get it. But the next time you call, just give me some new material. Because you've been saying the same thing now for 6 months in 80 different ways, but it's the same thing. And I respect your opinion, but it looks like you're not going to vote. You're going to vote for the communists or something. I don't know. Because you're mad about the war, or you're mad about what Trump didn't do, or somebody didn't get arrested. And, I get it. I mean, I'm not going to change your mind. There's nothing I can do. So I don't know what you're going to do. Like sit there in Florida and like vote for the libtards and vote for the communists because Trump said something he didn't do. These people want to destroy your country. So you will have no country. When it's all said and done, Anthony, if you keep going down this path, with all your friends, guess what? You'll have no country. And then I guess you'll be happy. I really don't get it. I understand your frustration, but come up with something new, because now it's starting to bore me, honestly. Okay? Thank you. John Fredericks Media Network. I'll be right back.
Sirens piercing the air in Bahrain as Iran continues lashing out at its neighbors, targeting those countries with missiles. Hostilities with the U.S. intensify. For a 10th straight night, American forces and the Iranians have traded fire. Meanwhile, behind-the-scenes efforts to get the U.S.-Iran ceasefire back on track continue. U.S. trade dispute with Canada is heating up. President Trump announcing plans for 50% tariffs on some Canadian goods.
These are really sweeping tariffs imposed by the United States against certain items imported from Canada. Donald Trump says this is a retaliation for what he called unequal treatment of U.S. cars, dairy, and alcohol. But certain items that are exported from Canada will be exempt from this list, and they include energy, potash, critical minerals, and fish. Now, these new tariffs are going to be delayed, and I think this is significant, by 30 days. So it does allow for some negotiation.
The BBC's Peter Bowes. Tropical storm warning posted extending from the Florida-Alabama line to Louisiana. This comes as Tropical Storm Bertha continues strengthening in the Gulf of America. Out in the eastern Pacific, Hurricane Fausto has formed far from Mexico's Baja California peninsula, and as of now it's posing no threat to land. The threat of violent weather in the northeast resulting in numerous flight cancellations. It did not take Senator Darlene Graham long to make up her mind. She tells Fox News' Sean Hannity that she will run for a full term in her late brother Lindsey Graham's U.S. Senate seat. On Wall Street this morning, stock futures are higher. The Dow futures are up 220 points. NASDAQ futures 389 points higher. More on these stories at townhall.com.
The following is a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
When I was feeling the stress of too much credit card debt, I looked at two different options: debt settlement and debt management. They may sound the same, but guess what? They're not. Debt settlement seemed like a quick fix, but I found out it would destroy my credit, create tax headaches, and hit me with huge fees. They actually told me to stop paying my bills. No way, not me. Then I turned to a debt management plan developed by the team at Trinity. They worked with my creditors, lowered my payments, reduced my interest, saved me thousands, and paid off my debt. And Trinity is a Christian company, which is important to me.
If credit card debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
My name is Heather. Please forget debt settlement and remember Trinity Debt Management.
1-800-990-6976.
A man has stabbed and wounded two people near Greece's top tourist attraction.
The assailant attacked a man and a woman, both Greek Americans, with a knife on a pedestrian street near an entrance to the Acropolis itself and near the entrance to the Acropolis Museum, which lies at the foot of the Acropolis Hill in Athens. Police say the woman suffered light injuries to the leg, while the man was more seriously hurt, with wounds to the arm. The attacker was detained at the scene, while the two victims were transported to the hospital by ambulance, authorities say. The identity of the attacker was not immediately clear, but police said he appeared to have been suffering from psychological problems. The attack did not lead to any closure to the sites, which continued operating as usual. I'm Charles Dilladesma.
At least 10 people have been killed, 17 others missing after a disaster inside an under-construction tunnel linked to a hydroelectric project in northeast India. News and analysis, townhall.com. Could be a shakeup coming to the world of college athletics.
Southeastern Conference Commissioner Greg Sankey says the SEC having very serious talks about breaking away from the NCAA. He says school presidents are frustrated and want change. SEC dealing with issues like congressional legislation, new eligibility rules, and transparency around player payments. Despite those challenges, Sankey says he does believe there's value in participating in a national organization. Jason Walker reporting.
New estimates show road deaths are declining in the U.S. and worldwide. A study published in Lancet Public Health reveals global road injuries and fatalities each fell more than 30% from 1990 to 2023. However, progress varies by country, with poorer nations seeing less of an improvement. More on these stories, townhall.com.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98. Queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Pierce 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus, free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
Van Hillary has fought for America before, and he's ready to do it again. As an Air Force navigator in Desert Storm, Van's mission was simple: chart the course, stay on mission. When he came home to Tennessee, he won an election nobody thought a Republican could win. Then he did it again and again. For almost a decade, America First conservative Van Hillary has fought the radical left, stood with President Trump, and never folded, securing our border, cutting taxes, and bringing jobs to Tennessee.
Radical Democrats are trying to hijack our country. President Trump needs a conservative fighter who knows how to win. I'll keep fighting to help President Trump finish what he started, keeping our border secure, growing our economy, and destroying the woke agenda. I'm Van Hillary, and I approve this message because I'm standing with President Trump to get America back on mission.
America First conservative Van Hillary. He's never folded, and he never will. Paid for by Van for Tennessee.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
What happens in Virginia doesn't stay in Virginia. It influences policy and policymakers nationwide. The VirginiaStar.com shines a light on the issues in VA that become issues for the USA, with insightful commentary that gets to the fact of the matter. The VirginiaStar.com is your source of wisdom and truth, locally, statewide, and nationally. Log on today and every day. The VirginiaStar.com. The VirginiaStar.com.
Ponder this. Most people want to have a good day every day. In order to do this, we must start our day with gratitude and keep an attitude of gratitude throughout the day. I offer you my recipe for having a great day and a joyful life. First, start each day being grateful that the Lord has given you another day to serve Him. Roll yourself out of bed, get on your knees, and say a morning prayer of thanksgiving. Ask the Lord to help you throughout the day to do whatever His will is for you. Next, thank God for the little things that make your day better. I thank Him immensely for my morning coffee and for my legs that allow me to take a morning walk. I pray for those who cannot walk because of age, injury, or disability. Throughout the rest of the day, I am grateful for the people God has placed in my life. I thank Him for those who love me, and I pray especially for those who do not love me. Find ways in your day to thank God continually and offer prayers for all those the good Lord has placed in your daily path. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who never has a failure to communicate, John Fredericks.
All right, you're on the John Fredericks Media Network, and I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables, coming to you live from Washington, D.C. Back in the saddle right here. Good to have you with us. Back from our travels last week as we move on through a lot of happenings this week. We got Todd Sheets coming up. Got a great show for you today. Plus, we're taking your calls. All I ask is don't bore me. That is my number one. I don't care if you disagree with me, but if you're boring, forget it. That's bad radio. Be entertaining. Say what you have to say, and love to hear it. And you don't have to agree with me. In fact, when you disagree with me, it's even better. Just don't bore me. It's my one rule. Don't make it a snooze fest. Say the same thing over and over. Boring. Okay. I'm a big believer, as you know, in vape. I'm a vapor. And that's how I quit smoking. And so thank you. But, President Trump made a promise to save the flavored vaping industry. And the stakes could be higher for so many small businesses across the country and the millions of vapers who supported President Trump. The independent U.S. vaping industry consists, get this, of hundreds of thousands of small businesses that sell vapes. These small businesses employ tens of thousands of American workers and bring in vital revenue for state and local economies. Vital. Now, these businesses are critical to the health of their community members and to people that want to vape and want choice. Over 21, it's as simple as that. Closing these businesses is going to result in the loss of revenue for these communities and less choice for Americans who choose to vape over smoke or need the vaping bridge to quit smoking like I did. So we got to support the vaping industry. We asked President Trump, you promised their support. We want to be sure we get that. This message paid for by the Vapor Technology Association, and we thank them for all they do. Go to vaportechnology.org for more information. Vaportechnology.org, the Vapor Technology Association, protecting and promoting the U.S. vaping industry and the vapor industry. We thank them for that. And my good friend Tony Big Dog is going to be with us soon. So thank you again. Go to vaportechnology.org. More information, vaportechnology.org. Okay, let's get to Todd Sheets. Let's bring Todd in. And Todd, it's good to have you with us, as always.
Great to be with you again, John. Yeah, as always.
And now you're off for 2 weeks, I understand. So we're not going to get you back. We're not going to get you back on the 28th or the 3rd. So you'll be back after today on August 10th, right?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Okay, we got that down. So I'm going to have to go through. There's got to be medication for Todd Sheets withdrawal, right? You got to put me on something, right? Maybe I'll have to vape. Oh, Todd, I do have something when things go south. You're probably saying, well, what is that, John? See, I'm an ex-smoker, Todd, packing half a day. And when I get the shakes and things go south, I still have my security pack of cigarettes right here, American Spirit Blue, right on my desk. So you know what? If the next time you see these, they're open, it's because I had the Todd Sheets withdrawal shakes, and I needed these. Hopefully I can get through without it. The Todd Sheets shakes, baby.
If you're shaking or smoking when I come back, I'll know why.
I carry these with me. It's like a security blanket, right? Remember when you were little, you had the teddy bear? I carry these wherever I go. I don't know when I bought these or when it's not open. But I just said, just in case. Also, I got a lighter too, because you got to have a lighter. Just my little security blanket when things go south. Okay, let's get to cut 15. Fox Business host mocks the DSA co-chair for saying no one I can't say this with a straight face, Todd. Saying that anybody that has a double-digit return on their investment, it should be outlawed, and it's unconstitutional to make money. These people are bat nuts, man. Go ahead, 15, roll it.
Landlords in New York have been making a 12% return on their investment on average.
How much should they make? What's fair for the landlord to make if you don't like 12?
They're complaining that 12 is not enough. And we don't think that anyone should have a constitutional right to double-digit returns on their investment.
No one should have a right to a double-digit return on their investment.
No one has a right.
think his man bun is too tight because it's squeezing the logic out of his brain to say things like people don't have a right to invest something. Do they also not have the right to lose 12%? Is there going to be a bottom floor to protect me at the same time?
Well, the good news is he said a constitutional right, and I'm hoping that we're not all going to go back and change the Constitution.
Well, he doesn't realize that
how it works.
It's not even relevant.
He doesn't even know what the word constitutional means. The fact that he would use it in that context. But go ahead.
That was all I was going to say.
That's a great snippet. I think it kind of sums everything up in that. So he's going to decide what landlords, what profit an investor can make, when that's going to just force people to not invest, or it doesn't give the incentive to buy a building and to fix a building and then lease a building.
This is the co-chair of the Democrat Socialist Party. Basically saying you can't make over 12% return on your investment. Where the hell are they going with this, Todd?
Well, I think where they're going with this is that they're basically attacking economically, financially successful people, which they have to do because they have to create some kind of rationale for why there should be a taking away of the assets of those people who have been successful in some way, right? I mean, if you're going to propose a wealth tax, either in California or as California's Governor Gavin Newsom has now proposed nationally, you have to have some justification for why you're taking away the things that other people have worked hard to earn and the assets that they've built up and that kind of thing. And so they're laying the groundwork for these policies that they're pushing. And basically saying this goes back to like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years ago of basically saying these are ill-gotten gains is what they're trying to allege. And what they're trying to do is lump this in with, if we went back to when society really pre-capitalism, it was a feudalist kind of system, and you had these people who owned land and controlled it forever, and they took advantage of and manipulated the people that were forced to work for them and had no other choices in their lives. That was a system of oppression and that kind of thing, and exploitation. But when you move to capitalism, it wasn't. Then it becomes a system of risk-taking. And the people who are successful in making good investments where they earn a higher return on their investment, that enables them to reinvest and build businesses that create job opportunities for other people who are looking to work their way up in the system. And the other thing is, the reason that they're successful and earning a higher return on their investment is not because they're exploiting the consumers who are using their products or renting in those apartments or whatever. Those consumers are choosing who's providing the best apartment place for them, or whatever the goods or services are. That's what enables a business to grow and be successful. So this is why capitalism works. And it's why, as the last person that was talking was spot on, is saying, once you start interfering with all of this, and you say, what you're effectively saying is, instead of letting the system work the way it always has when we've let it work, we're going to have the political system step in to redirect how all the incentives and that kind of thing work. And that's when it all falls apart, which is why socialism has never worked and communism has never worked. So, it's just a symptom of what's going on in the Democratic Party right now.
When do we see their political implosion? Because right now they're ascendant.
Well, they certainly have a great deal of momentum. And what they have found is that, well, let's step back for a second. What we've had for the last 25 years is a status quo that hasn't worked anywhere near as well as the system has worked at previous points. We've been through other periods like this, but from the 80s through the 90s, the Reagan free market revolution that was continued in the Clinton years by Clinton with a healthy dose of fiscal responsibility as well, left us in a tremendous place at the end of the 1990s. We had had 2 decades of significant growth that was benefiting the entire system. There was great job growth that went along with that. our debt to GDP was something like 35% instead of pushing 100% today. The budgets were balanced and all those kinds of things. We went down the wrong path then. And where we started going down the wrong path was not because it was a failure. We tried too much capitalism. There's Gavin Newsom out there wagging his finger right now saying we've tried more capitalism and it doesn't work. J.D. Vance has made similar comments in some forums. That's not what happened that disrupted this healthy environment that we had. What disrupted it was the failure of communism in China, which left over 1 billion people in such dire economic circumstances that they were willing to work for $1 or $2 a day, and that could provide them a better life than what communism had given them. And once the Soviet Union fell, what happened is the Western world tried to absorb communism's failure into the Western world and help bring those people up out of poverty, which it did. Okay. The big mistake that we made was one in not helping protect American workers from the consequences of trying to bring these failed communist workers into the system. And then the second one was that we failed to anticipate that instead of this leading to a China who would work with us under Western standards, which are mutually beneficial standards, all we did was fund the return of the Communist Party to become our greatest global adversary. That is the core problem and why the economy went from a highly successful economy in the 80s and 90s to one that continually disappointed working class Americans in the 2000s, the 10s, and the 2020s. And so that's where the issue is. And because they've misdiagnosed the problem, what they have is a solution that is going to make the problem even worse, which is we're going to create more government interventions. We're going to become more like the communist system that failed and less like the free market system that was working before we tried to deal with that failure. And that's the underlying issue here.
The insanity of their movement is something to behold. But the problem is, Todd, is that it's real and they're winning elections. They're winning primaries. And, a lot of these people are going to win because they're in super blue areas. Let's get to K20 here. Here's the Democratic Communist Malat. I guess her name is Malat, right? Malat Kiros says that what we need in Congress is more foreigners that are non-American. I mean, you cannot make this stuff up. The movement is to elect foreigners, Muslims that weren't born here to Congress because they hate America. And that's the answer. I mean, where are they going with this? K20, Dan, let's take a look.
I think it's particularly important, not just for our community in Tigray, but communities of the global South, period, right? There's a certain reckoning that we are going to have with the global world order as it exists today and the way that it fundamentally will have to shift going forward, right? The responsibility that we have as Americans, the recognition that is going to be required of us, of the exploitative and extractive nature that we play on the global scale and the global stage is only going to be challenged if we are getting represented by people who understand that on a fundamental level, right? And that means getting more immigrants into office. That means getting more people who have heritage in the global South into office, because that's where those decisions are made specifically.
You can't make this stuff up, Todd. I mean, here's a 29-year-old child, okay? 2 of my kids are older than her. Hasn't done jack crap in her life, is now going to lecture me, 68 years old, about we need more immigrants in Congress that came from third world countries so that we can transition to a third world country. That's basically what she's saying. I mean, it's just unbelievable that you're electing these people to the United States Congress. And her mantra is, we have to stop. There's going to be a reckoning of the New World Order, and we've been exploitative and extractive. The hell's that mean? This is the greatest country in the face of the earth that has uplifted more people out of poverty and into freedom and into economic success than any association country in the history of the globe. And she wants to go back to the third world and elect more immigrants and tear the whole thing down. And she's going to Congress. Like, where the hell are what are people thinking here, Todd?
Yeah, look, this is, you're exactly right about why are these people coming to America in the first place? Because of all the success that America has had as a result of the Western standards that this country was built on, and of free market capitalism and the economic success that's created for people from all walks of life and all parts of the world. And so why are they attacking it? The reason that they're attacking it and why being successful in it, I think, is what we're really asking. And if these were just people walking around on the street spouting this stuff with nobody listening to them, it would hardly matter. But they're winning elections. As you said, they're going to. Why is that happening? I've been watching this for the last 30 plus years. And what's happening is we have a far left who has hated capitalism from the beginning, not for rational reasons, but because they simply don't like the system. We could go into the reasons, but we would probably have time for that right now. And what they've wanted to do is overthrow it and move us towards a socialist type system. And they've never admitted the failure of the ideas that they have everywhere they've been tried, including during the periods in America when they've been tried. But what they've done is they've created a narrative which justifies the overthrow of the economic system that they despise. And that narrative is to move it away from what you were talking about, which is a system that's created more upward mobility and more opportunity for more people than any other system in the history of the world. They're shifting that narrative into one of the only reason that there has been success, to the extent that there has, is it's all been built on the backs of exploitation and supremacy and repression. And what we need to do is to correct these negative elements within the system in order to create a better, more moral, more ethical system. And then they're also, the bizarre thing about it is they're also extrapolating the failures of the countries they come from, not based on the failed policies that are being implemented in those countries, but they're trying to claim that that's the residue of this colonialistic, supremacy-based exploitation model that the US and other Western countries built their success on. And the reason it's being successful is because this is what's been taught in the universities for the last 30 to 40 years, as they've tried to create a narrative which justifies bringing down the system.
I don't think that's ever been more clearly said, Todd, than you just articulated. I mean, you are absolutely spot on. In fact, I think I'm going to take this and do a column on it. You're so right, Todd. Spot on. And it's amazing. My first question would be to this young lady who's 29 that doesn't know jack crap from anything. Why'd your family come here? If it was so great in the South Global whatever that you're talking about, why did you guys stay there? Why are you here? Why did you move here? For what purpose? Why didn't you go back there if it was so great? Right? So what you want to do is you basically, as you said, they want to tear down and destroy the entire U.S. economic system that they view as exploitive, extractive, and white supremacy and whatever else nonsense they spew out. And they want to tear the whole thing down so we can be like a third world country like they were. That's where they came from. That's what they want. Tear the thing down so that everybody has nothing except the elite few which is how all communism and socialism ends up. You have a handful of people at the top, and then you got everybody else starving. That's basically the entire system. It is just incredible, Todd, that we're even discussing this.
Yeah, I mean, what in a way, what they're trying to do is, they're talking about equality. What they're trying to do is impose the equality of failure on the American system. And I think there's another thing that's important for us to point out. This is not an anti-immigrant segment. What we need more of are people like Vivek Ramaswamy and other immigrants who have come. They have come to the country for the same reasons that the young lady that you just were showing the tape of came, because this is an opportunity to have a more successful life than you can have anywhere else in the world, no matter who you are or where you came from. They have benefited in that success. And now what they want to do is help communicate that success is available to a very broad spectrum of people. This is not something that is reserved for, older white Americans. This is something that's open. And it's why we have immigrants from the beginning. No country in the history of the world has accepted, absorbed, and helped lift up more immigrants from more cultures than this one has.
Todd, can you hang with us, or do you have to go?
I've got a few minutes if you want me to stay around.
All right, we got to get through a break, but I'm not going to see you for 2 weeks, so you might as well hang for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, be glad to.
It's a great discussion. I never thought we'd be here, but it's why we're going to win. It's why I don't care what the polls say, if they're all fake. I don't care what they're saying about we don't have any enthusiasm. I get Anthony calling me in from Florida. He's not going to vote because he's mad about, the Epstein files or something. Somebody didn't get arrested. I get it, dude. At the end of the day, they're not going to win. They're not going to win with these candidates. I'm more optimistic today than ever. This thing there's a coming implosion with them, and it's coming fast. So we'll see what happens. John Fredericks Media Network, Jim Fapp coming up. Got Todd Sheets, got all the gangs coming. Todd's going to be out for 2 weeks. We'll see him, I don't know, Labor Day or something. We'll be right back.
Trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cell's Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are a $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your sat phone. Call now.
Everybody's talking about weight loss injections because the results are so dramatic. They work by lowering blood sugar and reducing appetite. So, what if you're looking to lose weight but not interested in painful weekly injections, especially when you hear about some of those intense side effects? That's why doctors created a weight loss supplement called Lean, and the results are remarkable. The ingredients studied in Lean have been shown to lower your blood sugar, burn fat by converting it into energy, and curb your appetite and cravings, so you're not as hungry. But listen, lean is not for the casual dieter with only a few pounds to lose. The doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition created lean for frustrated dieters with 10 or more pounds to lose. Get started with 20% off and free rush shipping so you can add lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. Go to takelean.com and enter the code Godzilla for your discount. That's discount code Godzilla at takelean.com.
My Pillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium My Pillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got my pillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98, queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Piers 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
What are we, 10-0?
You are 10-0 for the first time in program history, Coach.
Not bad. There's a lot of skeptics. There's a lot of doubters. I get it, right? Haven't beat a top 25 team. Nebraska's 25th in the coach poll. We beat their 56-7.
How are we not right now seated for a home game?
Yeah, it's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
126 years of Indiana football. Best season in Indiana history. Number one out of 126.
We got our way of doing things, and, we kick ass and take names.
We figured we'd just adopt SEC scheduling philosophy. Some people don't like it. I'm more focused in on those 9 conference games.
We had to wake some people up and create some excitement, and after all, this is the entertainment business, too. We don't just beat top 25 teams, we beat the shit out of them. I know you guys have been waiting for me to say something crazy. That wasn't quite crazy.
Don't touch that dial. You've found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
All right, good to have you back. We got Jim Pfaff. He's coming up, Conservative Caucus. We've got Todd Sheets is going to be with us, hanging out for a little bit more. Plus, we got phone calls coming up. We're going to get everybody involved. Great to have you with us. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network, and I am your Godzilla of the truth in America. Truth and clarity right here. I tell you what's broken about our federal supervision system. Federal probation officers, they're managing over 100 cases each. I'm sorry, it's just too many. This is about 2 times what they can handle and what is recommended to be manageable. Now, people are slipping through the cracks, and that makes all of us less safe. So if you're interested in safety, the Safer Supervision Act fixes this, period. It lets officers focus on real public safety threats instead of drowning in needless paperwork. And it's endorsed by the frontline officers who say it will help them do their jobs better. MAGA supports it 95%. 96% of Trump voters say public safety has to come first. This bill delivers that. Now, all we want is probation officers to be able to simply say, hey, I've got this guy on probation or gal, they're doing fine, they got a job, they're doing everything right. Don't need it. They need to get off it. Waste of our time. Bad for them. They're assimilating back in society. Recommends it to the judge. Judge looks it over. Judge signs it. Boom, done. 2 pairs of eyes on it. This is getting through Congress now. Visit safersupervision.com and tell your congressman, tell your senator to get it done. Visit safersupervision.com. This is a critical bill. I've been forward in the states. I'm forward federally. It's the right thing to do. It's common sense. This message paid for by the Reform Action Fund. Okay, we've got, let's bring in Jim Pfaff. Thank you, Jim, for being with us. We got Todd Sheets with us. So we're going to get 2 bucks here. Let's get to a couple callers that have been on hold a while. Let's get to Rob in New York. Rob, you're live. Go. You're on with John and Jim and Todd.
Good morning, all. And John, I really appreciate these segments, especially with Todd, because you learn a lot. You get a lot of education when you get into some of the economics and the history. And look, part of me is sympathetic with what two of your earlier callers, Dave and Anthony, said. And I used to, sing that same song just like they did, but it doesn't get you anywhere.
Right.
We have to turn around and actually do something. There's an opportunity to fight. I get it. There are some Republicans that, I use your line all the time. They're point shavers. They just don't want to win. And until we're able to replace them, we have to, play with the hand we're dealt. And I do agree with some things that you said, especially when you play like that crazy DSA guy. I mean, claiming it's unconstitutional to earn a 12% return. I mean, this is insanity. I can't see middle America looking at this and saying, wait a minute, we want to vote for people that are going to limit how much other people can make because that will make our situation better. How is that going to put one more dollar in your pocket? It's not. And this is why I look forward to your show every morning. I look forward to guests like Todd and Jim, and you got some other great guys that are on, because very few people are covering this. I don't watch Fox News anymore. Well, I don't have cable anymore, but I don't even watch the clips because it's the same old droning on and on and on. And come up with something original. Explain something to us. I mean, Todd, if Todd had more time, he could get into more of the history, which is fascinating. I would love to get more into the history of why the left has got, runs to communism so much. I know in the interest of time you can't do that, but it's helpful for me to explain that to people. But at least I know he's given me enough this morning. It's like, hey, we don't want this here. We want
when you
that
got when you got people that represent them wanting to cap your want to cap your investment returns to 12%. It's mind-boggling. Let's get Pfaff involved here, Jim Pfaff. Are you in Indiana, Jim, today, or DC?
Nope. But be heading to Indiana for August. But no, I'm in DC today.
All right. So Jim Pfaff, the president of the Conservative Caucus, we had Todd and I talking a little bit earlier. You heard Rob from New York. This communist movement that is sweeping through the Democratic Party, and some of the crazy things now that they're saying. I mean, we just had one lady on, Marat something, I guess from Denver, 29 years old, doesn't know jack, basically saying that we need more immigrants elected to Congress that represent third world countries because America has been exploitive and extractive. And it's a white supremacy country. I mean, it's crazy. They want to go back to the countries they got out of. You can't make this stuff up, Jim. Where are we going with this?
Well, just and a little bit more history. All what these people in the DSA are saying is substantively what most Democrats really do think and just have been more political about for a long time now. You've heard me say many times that the Democrat Party does want to overthrow the American Republic. That has been their design. And there are varying degrees of the evil behind it, but it's all evil because they want political power. And ultimately, communism and socialism are ideologies of power because they can only be brought about through power, and they can only remain enforced by power. But even worse, to the point earlier, talking about it's unconstitutional for people to make 15% on what. How stupid, because all that this entire ideology would do is replace one seeming elite, which really isn't an elite. Todd can tell you this. The numbers are the wealthy in this country, they churn at very high rates. Europe did not churn wealthy people maybe until the 20th century, there was probably a greater churn. But even through mid 20th century, all their wealth was in people from whom it couldn't be extracted, who had particular benefits that were given to them by the government. In the United States, we've never had that. I mean, we've got some corporatism laws that we need to change, I think, but it's nowhere near the scale of what Europe developed. It's one of the unique things about the United States. You can get wealthy one year and not be quite so wealthy the next after 5 years after that. But the beauty of that is that what people who go through that churn do is they create jobs, they start new ideas, they expand what they're already doing. They have up and down years, but they stick with it, which builds continuity into our economy. There's nothing in the Democrat socialists, and they aren't socialists, but I'll just use the term, the Democrat socialist / communists. There's nothing in their ideology that would either provide the kind of break from rank poverty that Milton Friedman always made very clear. The only thing that ever got us out of any rank poverty in this world is free markets. And his very famous 2-minute video with Phil Donahue, for those who are old enough, the old Phil Donahue show preceded Oprah and all those and The View. And he was a guy of the left, but he was a really good. He loved Milton Friedman. Milton Friedman has this discussion for 2 minutes on greed, which I'll put up on my thing again. People should watch this, because where does greed come from? Who mitigates greed? Who generates greed? And what's the real end effect of greed? I have said and made this argument, I think Todd will agree with this argument, that if you are the greediest bastard in the world and want to become a billionaire, you have to follow the golden rule to get there in a free market economy. You cannot harm your employees in a significant way, and you've got to please your customers. I mean, every step that you take, and of course, that's not a perfect, a perfect methodology that no one ever gets hurt, but far less people get hurt in free market economies than they do in others, because those who build in a free market economy must give thought to others. Communism is a selfish, self-centered, and self-centered philosophy of arrogance and of hatred of others.
Well,
and that's why it doesn't work.
As a small business owner, I can speak to that. And my wife and I, as who you met, who's a CEO, basically, you're right. I mean, in order for us to succeed, there's two people that have to be productive and happy. Number one is our employees and our associates, because without them, we collapse. And then our customers have to be happy. And in my business, we have to appeal to our audience, and we have to give them something they want, and give them something that will motivate them to tune me in every day and stick with us. If you don't do those three things, you're not going to be successful. So you got to please a lot of different people. Todd, you want to weigh in here? I think Jim's onto something.
No, I think Jim is right on point throughout the whole discussion. Both of you guys are. And I'd bring out a point that Jim brought up. We hear all this stuff coming from the left about the greed of capitalism and how it's exploitative and takes advantage and represses other people, which is all a lie, and economic history shows that it's a lie. What we don't hear enough about is the political greed of people who are willing to push systems that they should, at this point in time, know are going to fail in order to buttress their own political career, because they know that there's a susceptible audience out there for it. That is the worst and most dangerous type of greed in the system, is somebody who's willing to promote socialist and communist systems that throughout history, including now in the world around us where they still exist, have destroyed more working class lives than any other systems. And why would they do it in spite of all the evidence that's out there? They do it because of their own political greed. It's their path to rising up within the system in a political way. And why is it successful? It's successful because of the failure of our educational system to open the eyes of these students to what's really worked and what has really failed if your true objective is to help working class people have a better life than what they've had before. So political greed is the thing we need to be talking about and combating all of this fake narrative about capitalism.
It is political greed. It's not a greed of trying to be successful. I mean, to be successful, you have to build a company and employ people and pay them well and create opportunity for them, or they're not going to stay with you and you have nothing to build. This is what is so stupid about what these imbeciles are saying. It's absolutely maddening. Let's see. No, Don. Don's gone. Okay, Don. Sorry. Let's get to Don. If you call back, we'll get you right in. Let's get to John in Virginia. John, go ahead.
Yeah. Good morning, John. I appreciate you taking the call. I've been sitting here thinking, about the elections and stuff, and I know you comment on them, and callers call and comment on all the time. I get frustrated when I hear the whining that goes on from our side, that when things aren't going right, they want to throw their toys out of the pram, and they want to just sit on their hands instead of fighting to try to make things better. Keep fighting it. One thing I have to hand it to the Democrats on is if they meet a setback, if they don't succeed in something in an election, they don't quit. They keep redoubling their efforts, and they try to come on stronger, and in more places, trying to get a victory to try to build on. And that's what we need to do. We need to keep remembering when we look out here and we see on the horizon the quality of the candidates that the communists are putting up for vote. When you look at our guys, we may not be as happy with our guys, but they're a darn sight better than what we got coming from the communist side. I mean, I can keep working to try to change things for the Republican side and for the conservative side, but I'll have absolutely no say when it comes to trying to change the communists because they get so entrenched. And people need to look at what is sitting. If you stay home, if you don't vote, then all you're doing is giving them more power and giving them an extra vote to try to come in and take over and make things a whole lot worse than they are.
It's stupid, John. I mean, I got to tell you, we had, Steve Bannon was on yesterday. We'll go to politics here. Faf, get you to comment here, and he was basically saying there's a huge 10-point intensity gap between Republicans and Democrats. Democrats are very motivated to vote. They're very intense. Republicans are spirited. MAGA's upset. We have a war. We said no wars. We said there'd be deportations. There's not enough. We said there'd be Epstein files released. They didn't release them, etc. MAGA's dispirited. They're going to stay home. They're not motivated. This now is becoming like our reality. I get people calling in like Anthony in Florida and others saying they're staying home. They're pissed. Trump didn't do what he said he was going to do. Now we're in another war. So I'm out. I'm just, I'm not going to get involved again. And we got the communists at the gate. I mean, what more motivation do you need but then to stop these people, Jim? And how do we change this?
Well, we have to be having the discussions that we're having right here, first of all. So we need to be doing it as often as possible in every venue possible, just so people can hear a different perspective. But that's not going to change everything, but it is an important thing for us to keep doing. The thing that does change is that we have to make sure that, and our organization is thinking through this as well during this election cycle, where we're targeting a lot of different races. We got a couple races, congressional races in Virginia we want to look at. Actually, I was talking to some folks on the state level on the phone, about this abortion issue and the marriage issue that's coming up. And we need to find opportunities like that can motivate people apart from the demotivating factors that happen in our leadership in Washington, D.C. I mean, ultimately what dispirits a voter is people who put themselves out as leaders and take no leadership at all. John Thune has become the supreme example of that. And even though I still have deep criticisms of Mike Johnson, he's been far superior to Paul Ryan or John Boehner. So there is a little bit there. But we've got to, in the long run, change those. In the short run, we need to do a better job at grassroots politics and also target the people who do care to encourage them. So you've got to have someone on the ground that helps encourage them to talk to other people. And I think that we can do that on this communism issue if we start putting that work in now. For example, just back to a discussion I was having about Virginia yesterday. I mean, apparently the Catholic Conference is all in on trying to stop this abortion measure and this and deal with this marriage issue. They've never done that in Virginia. When I ran the marriage amendment in Colorado in 2006, we had a fantastic Catholic conference led by one of the great Catholic leaders in American history, Charles Chaput, and his fellow bishops there. There are issues like this that we can help people motivate. So it takes work on the ground. You can't just buy TV ads. And we got to take that step because we also need to move away from the consultant class. Because, everything, the NRCC and all these organizations, they say, hey, you better line up your media guy really quick. And I got a couple people to suggest. And those are the people that they try to help make money all the time. And my advice is forget the media guy for now. Spend $250,000 and build out your stinking grassroots campaign. So we gotta work on that level. On a larger level, we do need to be very honest with Donald Trump and with Republicans in Washington that it's time to shift the effort. If they are not going to deal with the Save America Act, and if Donald Trump can't do something about the Iran war quickly, those two things are going to drag us down. And there's a lot of effort we won't be able to overcome with, except in the situation like I talked about, which is very unique to Virginia, and where we can find those opportunities elsewhere. So that's the honest truth of it. But it does take us and on the ground. That's the ultimate thing that gets stuff done.
So this Iran war, let's end here with Todd. So Todd, look, President Trump went in there because he got intel said that they were very close to being able to deploy a nuclear warhead, which would have changed the whole dynamics of the world. The blackmail that would have gone on is unconscionable. Obviously, Trump heard that. I was told this, and he decided to act. Nobody else acted it. He was in a box. If he didn't act and they had a bomb, he got blamed. So he had to do something. So now what do we do now? Because the war is going to continue. There's no memorandum of understanding. There's no negotiating with these people. If you're advising President Trump, Todd Sheets, right now on the Iran war with the midterms coming up, what would it be, Todd Sheets?
Yeah, I think, well, my advice would be, just to be very direct about this, is finish the job with the least amount of casualties and cost that we can incur in doing it, which is where I think he's headed right now. I think what this has done, we've always been worried about the nuclear weapon. They've used the Strait as a bargaining chip before, but they never played the hand. This has showed that they're willing to play the hand. It's not because of the war. The war has only exposed the reality. Imagine what would happen if China was preparing or actually invading Taiwan, and in order to help assist China, Iran took the step then of closing the strait. This shows how important it is for us to deal with these issues. This is the greatest source of terror and the biggest threat in a region of the world that is one of the most geopolitically important regions of the world. This isn't Vietnam back in the 1960s, where win or lose, we're still going to come out okay because they're not important enough to the geopolitical picture. This is a critically important, who has the potential to close that strait and shut down the global economy on a whim, and we need to deal with it. Nobody wants to do it. Trump's the only one that had the guts to deal.
Thank you. Want to thank Jim Pfaff for being with us, President of the Conservative Caucus. Jim, people want to follow you. Where do they go?
Go to theconservativecaucus.com. Theconservativecaucus.com.
Todd Sheets is easy. Substack free. Just Google him. Kind of like Signetti in Indiana. Just Google me. I win. Just Google Todd Sheets. SHEETS. Not like Sheets where you go get gas. Besides, I'm a Wawa guy. I don't. I'll drive another 5 miles to go to Wawa before I go to Sheetz. I have nothing against Sheetz. I just think Wawa's better. I don't even think it's close. But that's just me. A lot of Sheetz fans out there.
You're keeping Sheetz from earning too high a return on their investment,
Only
right, John?
12%. That's the max.
It's kind of hard to talk
You're
Wawa.
going to turn the company into a regulated utility.
Kind of hard to talk Wawa with that West Virginia Cup you got going, where it's Sheetz land up there.
There is no Wawa in West Virginia, so you better get it. You better get it before you cross the border.
That's right.
Damn, that's good coffee. All right, guys, thanks for being with us. We're going to be right back with your
Thanks,
calls.
John.
888-480-JOHN. Stay with us.
Early Tuesday, the aim to further degrade Iranian military capabilities used to attack commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz. And Tehran again struck back, attacking a tanker in the strait, forcing its crew to abandon ship.
The punitive nature of these strikes.
Jason Campbell at the Middle East Institute.
If they were going to pull the regime to the negotiating table under better terms, I think that would have happened by now.
Pakistan continues to press its diplomatic efforts. I'm Ben Thomas.
Bertha is big, getting bigger all the time. The tropical storm is bulking up out in the Gulf of America. The National Hurricane Center's Philippe Papin is urging people along the Gulf Coast, keep an eye on the storm, and whatever you do, don't go into the water.
We do have tropical storm watches and warnings in effect for portions of the Florida Panhandle, coastal Alabama, Mississippi, and then also the Louisiana coastline. And in fact, the city of New Orleans, the metro area, is currently under a tropical storm watch.
Bertha is expected to sweep ashore, moving inland along coastal Louisiana tomorrow evening into Thursday morning. 5 people died in a river near Columbus, Ohio over the weekend. 4 of them went into the water to help a swimmer in distress, and they too wound up in trouble. Ultimately, all lost their lives. President Trump says the steep tariffs that he has planned for many Canadian imports are in retaliation for Canada, discriminating against a range of American imports. Watching Wall Street this morning, stock futures pointing to a higher open. Dow futures up 139 points, while the NASDAQ futures are ahead 390 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
The following is a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
When I was feeling the stress of too much credit card debt, I looked at 2 different options, debt settlement and debt management. They may sound the same, but guess what? They're not. Debt settlement seemed like a quick fix, but I found out it would destroy my credit, create tax headaches, and hit me with huge fees. They actually told me to stop paying my bills. No way, not me. Then I turned to a debt management plan developed by the team at Trinity. They worked with my creditors, lowered my payments, reduced my interest, saved me thousands, and paid off my debt. And Trinity is a Christian company, which is important to me.
If credit card debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
My name is Heather. Please forget debt settlement and remember Trinity Debt Management.
1-800-990-6976.
Things turned ugly in Delhi, India. Thousands of protesters demanding education reform started to march toward Parliament when authorities moved in and forcibly broke it up.
There has been no word from the government about what they are planning to do, how they're planning to respond. For over a month since these protests were there in Delhi, there was no attempt at engaging the protesters at all. But yesterday, under pressure, we saw a senior minister of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi government finally meet 2 representatives of the movement which is protesting. But there were no assurances. The minister simply urged them to ensure that there is normalcy, but gave no assurances about their demands. That aside, what we saw yesterday was unprecedented in terms of sheer numbers of people who had gathered there to protest. It was the most public display of dissent against Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
The BBC's Arunadeh Mukherjee. Lebanon's president to meet later today with President Trump, the meeting to take place at the White House. News and analysis at townhall.com. Student loan defaults hit a record high.
The government says around 9.5 million people, that's 1 in 5 federal student loan borrowers, are in default. Those numbers have spiked since payments started coming due again following a lengthy pause intended to provide relief during the COVID-19 pandemic. Credit scores can suffer when borrowers are just a few months behind. Entering default brings the possibility of more serious consequences. That can include the garnishing of wages or Social Security payments. For now, the administration has held off on any such involuntary collections. Bob Agnew reporting.
Paramount and Warner Brothers Discovery being ordered by a federal judge to pause their $81 billion merger for at least a couple of weeks. It would allow states that are challenging the deal more time to see their case through in court. They argue the combination would harm competition in Hollywood and would ultimately lead to fewer choices for American consumers. More on these stories, townhall.com.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking, free. General admission, free. Memories, priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Van Hillary has fought for America before, and he's ready to do it again. As an Air Force navigator in Desert Storm, Van's mission was simple: chart the course, stay on mission. When he came home to Tennessee, he won an election nobody thought a Republican could win. Then he did it again and again. For almost a decade, America First conservative Van Hillary has fought the radical left, stood with President Trump, and never folded, securing our border, cutting taxes, and bringing jobs to Tennessee.
Radical Democrats are trying to hijack our country. President Trump needs a conservative fighter who knows how to win. I'll keep fighting to help President Trump finish what he started, keeping our border secure, growing our economy, and destroying the woke agenda. I'm Van Hillary, and I approve this message because I'm standing with President Trump to get America back on mission.
America First conservative Van Hillary. He's never folded, and he never will. Paid for by Van for Tennessee.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Trouble concentrating or recalling information is frustrating, embarrassing, and kills productivity. Nutrition company Healthy Cell created Focus and Recall to boost your brain power. Unlike other supplements that don't work, Focus and Recall is not a pill. It's a gel you swallow with ultra-absorption of science-backed ingredients to help you immediately sharpen focus, concentrate longer, and strengthen recall. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order. Risk-free. Love it or your money back. Guaranteed. Healthycell.com. Code Godzilla.
Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you will destroy your life. Listen to The Flatline with your host, Rick Hughes, every Sunday morning on the John Fredericks Radio Network. The Flatline describes a main line of resistance in your soul, built on God's Word. Join us every Sunday morning for 30 minutes of inspiration, motivation, and education, all without manipulation. That's The Flatline with Rick Hughes, heard here every Sunday at 8:30 a.m. on the John Fredericks Radio Network.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Soul Tea. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Soul Tea almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Soul Tea. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Soul Tea, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
You hear a lot about weight loss injections because the results are dramatic, but injections aren't for everyone. So doctors created a new generation weight loss supplement. This is non-prescription lean, and the science behind it is impressive. The studied ingredients in lean are intended to address weight loss in 3 powerful ways: help maintain healthy blood sugar, help control appetite, and help convert fat into energy so you burn it faster.
Get 20% off with discount code Godzilla at takelean.com. Code Godzilla at takelean.com.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man you want on that wall, the man you need on that wall, John Fredericks.
Well, it's great to have you with us. I'm John Fredericks, and I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables, trucking the truth right here every day. Great to have you with us. This segment brought to you by my great friends Glenn Story, Scott Coburn, Patriot Mobile, rocking and rolling. I don't have one phone. I don't have 2 phones. I have 3 phones. Why do I have 3 phones? Because this is how I run my company, with phones. I have nothing else. No way. I travel all the time. I can't have my laptop out. All right. I've got 23 radio stations. We're buying another one. Hopefully that's going to go in today or tomorrow. I'll give you more info on that. We got a lot going on. I got to be in touch. I've got to be in touch with people. Otherwise, I can't run the company and do what I do. So what do I do? I go to Patriot Mobile. Why? I save money. The service is great. I get a BOGO 2 for 1. And with promo code Godzilla, now you're going to get a free month service. Free month. You don't have to pay anything. Promo code Godzilla. You're going to get free activation fee. That saves you $35. You're going to get a BOGO, 2 carriers for the price of 1. You pick the 2 you want. It'll flip between them. Whatever got a higher bar. And now in a special, Glenn Story is giving you a free month when you sign up with promo code Godzilla. All you got to do is go to patriotmobile.com, patriotmobile.com, promo code Godzilla, or give them a call, 972-PATRIOT, 972-PATRIOT, free activation, $35, a BOGO. Pick 2 carriers. 2. You pay for 1, you get 2. It automatically will flip to whatever carrier is going to give you better coverage. 5 bars rather than 2 bars. 4 bars rather than 1 bar. This is the beauty of this. And you're going to get your first month free. So you're going to save money, get a month free, save activation, get a BOGO, get great service. They answer the phone. This is the greatest thing in the cell phone history is Patriot Mobile. And a portion of whatever they make goes to support conservative Christian causes. These are great people with a great company, with a great vision. So I got all my phones on Patriot Mobile, baby. I save money. I get great service. Let's go to patriotmobile.com, patriotmobile.com, promo code Godzilla. Get all the freebies, free month, free activation, BOGO. Can't beat it. No one has this but Patriot Mobile. Check them out today, and you can thank me later. patriotmobile.com, promo code Godzilla, or call them 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-PATRIOT. Okay, phone lines are going to be open for Dan. Dan's going to take some calls. Well, I got to step out for just a minute. So this is your chance to talk to Dan for a couple of minutes, as I'll be I have to step out in the tent to something. But I want to get first to we're going to run a bunch of clips here. Let's get first to 16 John Yoo saying that Mandami should be investigated by the Trump administration and the Department of Justice over his threats to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu. Roll it.
Well, I think the mayor needs to read the Constitution and the laws of the United States first before he starts throwing out baseless accusations of genocide and violating international law. Put aside for that, I think personally that Israel has every right to defend itself and has been doing so consistent with the laws of war. But this is a question of the sovereignty of the United States, which the mayor apparently does not believe in. First, the United States and Israel are not signatories to the ICC, so they're not bound by it. Second, under our Constitution, as interpreted by the Supreme Court repeatedly, states and cities cannot interfere with the federal government's Washington, D.C.'s control over foreign policy. And on this score, I have to bring in my own personal experience. After the 9/11 attacks, the Bush administration, and I was an official of the Justice Department, we participated with Congress to pass a law that prohibits any official in the United States from cooperating with the ICC. So what Mayor Mondami is calling on is for the officials of New York City, including himself, to violate federal law. So in the end, it's not Netanyahu who should be arrested and investigated. I'm not trying to exaggerate here. The mayor is violating the American Servicemen Protections Act passed in 2002, and the Justice Department should be investigating him. And the president, under that law, is authorized to use all necessary means to prevent any American or ally from being handed over to that court. So if Mayor Mondami wants to spend a lot of time dealing with FBI agents and the Justice Department investigators, well, he just started that. He just launched that whole process for himself and the residents of New York City.
But he's a savvy guy, right? You don't get elected mayor of the biggest city in the world if you're a dummy. So what is this? It's just some kind of a political catcall for him?
Yeah, I don't know if I can add more than what you've heard from other political analysts and guests who've said that Mayor Mondami is appealing to this large sort of socialist-friendly base of young people in New York City who are becoming increasingly, I'm afraid, anti-Semitic and anti-Israel. But the question is he acting consistent with the law of the United States? And he is not, and he should be investigated by the Justice Department, by the Trump administration because of that.
All right, folks, this is Dan on the mic here, taking over for John while he's away. As you heard him say, the phone lines are open, 888-480-5646 if you want to talk to us. I won't be able to screen these calls, so crank callers, this is your opportunity. Although be careful, because if you call in to crank me, I may have some fun with you. Obviously, today we're talking a lot about these crazy Democrat, socialist, communists, and as I said on the Dan Hopgood report, don't get too distracted by the splitting hairs over, oh, well, that's not communism, that's social. Oh, that's not socialism, that's communism. Oh, that's not communism, that's fascism. Look, as I said on the report this morning, I had no idea where the show was going to go today, so I didn't know that we were basically going to be talking about this topic all morning long. But the bottom line is, all of these philosophies are collectivist, statist, totalitarian, tribalist philosophies. They all believe that the gang, or at least the gang leader, as I said in the report this morning, they're supreme over the individual. Individual rights, that's an alien concept in these collectivist philosophies, and they all have that in common. So regardless of the minute differences between all of these different philosophies, folks, they all are aiming to suppress your rights and exalt the collective. We got a call on line one. Let's see who's on the line. All right, you're on the line with me, caller. Tell me who this is.
This is Vic from Florida.
Hey, Vic, how you doing, bud?
Dan, I really enjoyed your segment this morning on the analogy between communism and fascism. History teacher, right on point, pal.
Thanks so much, man. I really appreciate it. I hope you've been enjoying these Dan Hopgood reports in general. I've been working pretty hard on them, to be honest.
I'm a history and an English. This is Vic from Florida.
Yeah. Well, Vic, what else is on your mind this morning when you hear what we've heard Mamdani say about wanting to arrest Bibi Netanyahu? I don't think that he has any power to do that.
Well, look, getting back, I hear two voices, so I'm having a little trouble here.
Oh, really? Oh, huh. That's interesting.
I'm hearing two voices. See if you can straighten that out, because I can't talk.
Interesting. Hold on. Let's see here. Let me see if I can do this. Is that any better? I don't know if you can tell me. Vic, are you there? Have we lost you? You still hear two voices. I don't. Okay, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why that would be. Let's see here. Let me see if I do this. If this. Off. Sure. Okay. Thanks, Vic. Yeah, I don't know why that would be the case, folks. Everything I think on the board is right. Doing nothing differently than other times when I've picked up for John if he's had to step away for a moment or whatever. But if you are just joining us this morning, this is Dan sitting in for John, at least temporarily. I think he had to run off for a moment. We've been playing a couple clips. Vic from Florida just tried to call in, but we had some technical difficulties. All right, he's calling back in. Let's see if this makes any difference. All right, Vic, any better? I hope. Maybe. I'm wondering.
I think can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. Yeah, absolutely.
I think it's better, but we'll have to.
Okay. All right. Yeah. What's
I'm hearing. Okay. I'm still
hearing it?
I'm still hearing
Huh.
two voices.
I don't
know I
know
can
why.
hear the radio, and
I am wondering why that would be. I don't know any reason why that would be the case, to be honest. But
because it's not. I don't think it's coming from my end because I'm only using my cell. There's nothing.
Okay. Interesting. I mean, we have the board set exactly as we always do for when I'm on the mic. So I don't know why that would be the case, but I'm sorry. I'm sorry that's the case. I guess if somebody else wants to call in, we can definitely figure out whether that's an issue for somebody beyond Vic.
Fix it with somebody else, and I'll get off the phone now.
All right.
Okay, Dan.
Hey, I'm sorry about that, Vic. I definitely wanted to hear what you had to say, and we'll check in with each other some other time soon, I'm sure. All right, folks. Well, that was Vic in Florida at least trying to call in. If somebody else wants to call in, we can figure out if this was definitely a problem on my end or not. I think if it's a pattern involving multiple callers from different locations, I think then the problem is definitely with me, and I'm not sure why that would be. But this is Tuesday, July 21st, 2026. I'm Dan sitting in for John while he is away. We've been talking about all of these Democrats, socialists, communists, what have you, who are making some noise on the left, and this really is the far left. There's no doubt. I think tomorrow in my Dan Hobgood reporting, I'm going to talk about what the actual far right is, and it's not what people think. If you think that the far right is Nazism, I have news for you. Your idea of the political spectrum is very, very, very narrow indeed. It is quite askew. But in the meantime, let me see if we can find another clip while we wait for another call. I know that John wanted me to try to run through some of these clips. Take a look at a few of these, see the ones that we haven't played yet. Where shall we go with this? This was Pete Hegseth talking about Iran yesterday in D.C. I'll play this and see what he has to say about things.
But if I may.
Sure, yeah.
I didn't get a chance. I didn't see a question in the statement from the congressman. I hope you appreciate how reckless it is. When I said reckless, feckless, and defeatist of congressional Democrats at the beginning, that came after watching you say the same thing on CNN this morning, a quagmire. My generation served in a quagmire in Iraq and Afghanistan, years and years of nebulous missions and utopian nation building that led us to nothing. What we have right now, the way you stain the troops when you tell them 2 months in, Congressman, you should know better. Shame on you. Calling this a quagmire 2 months in. The effort, what they've undertaken, what they've succeeded, the success on the battlefield that could create strategic opportunities, the courage of a president to confront a nuclear Iran, and you call it a quagmire, handing propaganda to our enemies. Shame on you for that statement. And statements like that are reckless to our troops. Don't say I support the troops on one hand, and then a 2-month mission is a quagmire. That's a false equivalation. Who are you cheering for here? Who are you pulling for? Our troops are doing incredible work. They've done incredible things for the entirety of this mission and achieved incredible battlefield successes. And you sit there and go on TV for your clickbait about quagmires. It undermines the mission. Your hatred for President Trump blinds you to the truth of the success of this mission and the historic stakes that the president is addressing, which the American people support. Iran's been at war with us for 47 years. You want to talk about a forever war? For 2 months, this president has stared them down. He's going to get a better deal than anyone ever has and ensure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. I know the American people support that mission, despite your loose talk and words like quagmire.
All right, folks, that was Pete Hegseth. And while Pete's clip was running, I was looking at the chat. Some inside baseball here. One of our computers in the studio where I am in Richmond is down, the computer that usually has the Getter chat up. And so I'm having to look a separate way to follow the chat this week. I think while Coleman is gone, Coleman usually fixes these things. I might see if his substitute, our our dear Al Green can take care of it for me. But I think the issue, Vic, if you're listening, and I believe that you are, I think that the issue was that maybe you had your radio turned up and you needed to turn that down before getting on the phone with me. I don't know. That the Getter chat seems to be blowing up about that is the cause for the problem. But in the meantime, we have on line one Steeler Bud from Canton, otherwise known as American 93 from the Getter chat. Hey, Bud, how are you doing?
Good, sir. Here's our problem, and it's been building for quite a while.
Okay.
Before you came, I don't know if you were there when Debbie Dooley used to be on, but
No, I think that predates me.
Well, a couple of years back, she made the comment, we just have to vote for the person with the R by their name, right? And then John would be like, come on, we got to kumbaya, we got to get together, we just got to vote for Republicans. So this is what happened, okay? And I can use Georgia as a perfect example. If you look at all the big cities, they're controlled by Democrats. If you look at all the big Republican cities, they're controlled by rhinos. I remember being a delegate, which I don't do anymore, because the big counties are the ones that control the delegates. And the big counties are the ones that put up the rhinos. So I'll use Brian Kemp as a perfect example. When Brian Kemp ran the second time, I didn't want to vote for him, but we didn't have a choice. Why? Because the Democrat is so much worse.
Right.
Right? And we're in this cycle of rhinos. So what happens? They get in state level, then we have to vote for them for the Senate and Congress, and look what's happening. You got the John Thunes, you got these other people, and I don't know how to get out of it because really our party is separated into 4 different groups. You know, you got the rhinos, you got the sheep that follow the rhinos, you got the independents trying to figure out what's really going on, and then you got people like us who know what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the big problem. And then you put on top of that all the Singham network and the Chinese propaganda. Data centers is a perfect example. We need data centers for quantum AI. But the normal people don't understand that. All they see is, oh, well, we're losing our farmland. They're polluting this, they're polluting that. They're pulling all this power off the grid. So they put this propaganda out there that like yesterday, I'm sorry, but some of your people there in
Pennsylvania
yesterday, they had no clue about data centers and how they work. He would have Joe Von Pulitzer come on there. He would have him explain to you exactly what's going on. And it's funny because he couldn't use any of his 3 phones without the technology in there that he created. The guy is brilliant. He's an expert on water. He's an expert on these things. He's an expert in many things. You got to have people on there that know what they're talking about. And that would really help out a lot. But we've screwed ourselves. Republicans have screwed themselves because we're forced to keep voting for people who we don't really want. But yet, you know, we got to vote for the R guy because if we don't, look what's going to happen. And unfortunately, they screwed us all.
Right. Well, I'm probably teasing this much too soon, but I have a forthcoming Dan Hobgood report in maybe a week or two that I'm going to talk about this a little bit. Maybe even 2 or 3 reports. I don't know. But yeah, I think that there's an ultimate solution to that problem, and I think it starts with having the right ideas and having the right nomenclature. You know, these Dems who are turning the party into, by name, you know, socialist communist party. I'm quite candidly, I wonder if we couldn't come up with a better name for what we are, and maybe if we have a name that's more substantially in line with what we want to achieve philosophically, we would have representatives who better fit that philosophy. That's the words Democrat, the words Republican, that they're kind of big tent. And I don't think that they really mean what we want them to mean or what we should want them to mean. But that's, you know, again, I won't get too far down that rabbit hole this morning. But thanks so much for your call, Bud, and I'm sure we'll catch up on the Getter chat soon. I want to get to Vic in Florida, who I think is back on the line. Vic, you with us?
Yes, I am, Dan. Am I speaking to you or am I speaking to John? Or
You're speaking. You're speaking to me for right now. I think John needed to tend to some affairs, and so he asked me to take over for the rest of this half hour.
Sure.
But yeah, what's on your mind, Vic?
Sure. Well, this morning, John started the show by talking about this guy out in Michigan who's running for the United States Senate, Abdul El Sayed.
Yeah,
and
what a
the
character
guy's
he
a real
is.
piece. It's frightening. He's frightening, and he's a real piece of work. And I don't want to be claimed to be an expert on.
Now you know
anything.
who's just endorsed him, right? You know who just endorsed him, right?
Tell me.
I'm pretty sure that he just got an endorsement from none other than Elizabeth Warren. So.
Well, she
that's my
she's got a
kind of
great track
man.
record. Yes, she just endorsed the Nazi tattoo women abuser candidate Graham Plattner, so she's got a great track record. Now that you bring that up, it's very important that I try to maintain my good standing as a proud member of the John Fredericks broadcast family of the air.
Okay, here goes. Here goes. What's on your mind, Vic?
What's on my mind? Okay. The Democrat Party in Maine is about to endorse a gentleman named Troy Jackson, who is a very close second to Graham Plattner in terms of his past, corruption, and other issues. Very serious things. He was a president of the Maine State Senate for a while. He's been in Maine politics for about 25 years. He has a very checkered past, and in addition to that, he has been involved in some very serious things. There's a gentleman who named Stephen Robinson. He's the editor of the Maine Wire, which is very big up there. Stephen Robinson is somebody that has a lot of integrity. He's being quoted in respectable media. He's not a conspiracy theorist or a podcaster or anything like that. He needs to be on with John to talk about this, because I don't want to pretend to be the expert on everything. I'm just a 25-year English and history teacher who's recently retired. But
right.
I know a lot of people in Maine, and I've spoken to some people who I trust. And this guy, Troy Jackson, is a very bad candidate for the Democrats, but we don't want to help them. He defrauded money from the state of Maine. It was never investigated, but we have the documentation.
Here we go.
I've seen it, and he's been involved in what could be mortgage fraud.
Fair enough.
And
hey,
also,
Vic, I hate to cut you off, but we are getting up to a hard break here. Hey, folks, thanks for calling, though, Vic. Really appreciate it. We will be back after these messages. Stay tuned. I think John will be back as well after we get through this commercial break. You are listening to the John Fredericks Media Network.
The amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Everybody's talking about weight loss injections because the results are so dramatic. They work by lowering blood sugar and reducing appetite. So, what if you're looking to lose weight but not interested in painful weekly injections, especially when you hear about some of those intense side effects? That's why doctors created a weight loss supplement called Lean, and the results are remarkable. The ingredients studied in Lean have been shown to lower your blood sugar, burn fat by converting it into energy, and curb your appetite and cravings, so you're not as hungry. But listen, Lean is not for the casual dieter with only a few pounds to lose. The doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition created Lean for frustrated dieters with 10 or more pounds to lose. Get started with 20% off and free rush shipping so you can add Lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. Go to takelean.com and enter the code Godzilla for your discount. That's discount code Godzilla at takelean.com.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you will destroy your life. Listen to The Flatline with your host, Rick Hughes, every Sunday morning on the John Fredericks Radio Network. The Flatline describes a main line of resistance in your soul, built on God's Word. Join us every Sunday morning for 30 minutes of inspiration, motivation, and education, all without manipulation. That's The Flatline with Rick Hughes, heard here every Sunday at 8:30 a.m. on the John Fredericks Radio Network. Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
You play to win the game. Hello? You play to win the game. You don't play to just play it. That's the great thing about sports. You play to win. And I don't care if you don't have any wins. You go play to win. When you start telling me it doesn't matter, then retire. Get out. Because it matters.
He's your Godzilla of the truth in America. No gibberish or nonsense, just common sense. And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
You're back on the John Fredericks Media Network. Great to have you with us. Sorry for the little delay there. Dan, thanks for bailing me out. I had to attend to something. All good. 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. So we've got Mehake Cook is going to be coming up with us momentarily. 888-480-JOHN. You want to weigh in. So Dan, one of the things I'm applying for our media credentials for the Dallas convention. That's going to be September 9th and 10th.
Nice.
I think that's in the new midterm convention by the RNC. President Trump putting this on, and we're going to be in Dallas, Ann and I. So I'm applying for my media credentials, see if we get those, Media Row, see if we get that. I'm sure we will.
Shrewd move to do this. I think it's really a good idea to have. Why not have a midterm convention?
Well, because you got the greatest communicator ever.
Yep.
And President Trump, and why not showcase him? Of course, none of the major networks will bother to run it, but it won't matter because we got social media and everything else. So we went around them when they wouldn't run them during the speech, and nobody cares. They're irrelevant, but of course they're going to want media credentials there so they can, see if they can do a gotcha segment or whatever it is these imbeciles do. So we'll see what happens there. But what's interesting is, like, I'm elected official in the Washington Republican Party, the DC GOP. I'm one of only two elected officials here in my ward, and I take this position seriously. I got 95% of the vote. As you know, Dan, we ran a campaign. I raised money, crushed the opposition, and we're doing a good job here. And so each district is awarded, seats, delegates or alternates or guests. Well, my chairman, Patrick Mara, who has thrown me out of the party, even though Ann and I requested delegate seats, alternate seats, or just guest seats, wouldn't allow any of us to go as part of the Washington, D.C. delegation. So even though I put on events, we've done a super job, we've raised money for them, even though we've done all this because he doesn't like us and threw us out of the party and then we crushed him, basically he wouldn't allow us to go. So I had to go to Virginia and I had to go to Chairman Jeff Ryer. Ann and I went to him both personally and asked him if we could get credentialed from Virginia, being that we lived there for a while because Mara iced us out. And Jeff was kind enough to be able to do that, put us in their rotation. We were able to get tickets. So both of us are going, both as media and as part of the Virginia delegation. This is what's the problem with our parties. And I mean, this guy, Mara, is unbelievable. I'm an elected official. I've done all this work, throws me out of the party and throws Ann out, doesn't let us come to any of his events, locks us out for no reason other than we're actually accomplishing something and he's not. We called him on it. And I just want to be left alone to run my ward. Can't do that. And not inviting us to Dallas, getting people that have had no involvement with the party in, threw us out and had to go to Ryer. So I want to thank Chairman of Virginia, Jeff Ryer, for allowing us in, and Nicholas Prophet, their executive director, recognizing all the time we spent in Virginia and the work there that we have done in building our company there, and allowing us to come in and travel with them and be part of the event and part of the Virginia delegation. So for that, we thank Jeff Ryer, we thank Nick Prophet, we thank the Virginia delegation for allowing us in because our chairman iced us out. That is the problem with what is going on in the DC GOP and across the country with a lot of these chairmen that don't want to win. They don't want to be productive. They don't want to grow the party. All they want to do is run around with a badge on and go to cocktail parties. And that's why we're getting our ass kicked all over the place. I'm just going to be blunt, Dan. So just so that everybody knows, a lot of people here donated to our campaign. Thank you for that. And if you think we're going to get iced out by some petty little man, I don't think so. We're here to build something. We're here to do something. And if they're not, get out of the way. Simple as that. So thank Jeff Ryer for doing that. Thank you, Chairman Ryer, for for
Jeff
your
and I have been texting this morning, as a matter of fact, JF. So I did just say, hey, thanks, by the way, for helping John and Ann out. So, but yeah, he's a good dude. I like.
No,
Jeff
listen.
a lot.
I mean, at the end of the day, Jeff, and I've got odds with people all over the place. I have a lot of enemies. I get that. You can't be on the radio 15 years and endorsing candidates and working for some and not others where you're not going to make enemies. It's just simple. I mean, you got to take a stand. If you do nothing, you get nothing. So we understand that. We're adults, right? We get it. We're not mad. But Jeff Ryer, the chairman of Virginia, recognized the work that we've done in Virginia, that did a lot of bus tours there, busted our tail, Ann and I, for a long time, built our company there, got 7 radio stations there, and allowed us to get credentialed and be a part of his delegation, making us feel a part of it when our own chairman kicked us out. So thank you, Jeff Ryer. Thank you for that. And if you text him, tell him Ann and I appreciate what he's done. We paid our fee and all that, obviously. And so rather than give the money to the DC GOP, we gave it to the Virginia GOP. This is how stupid this thing is. But undeterred, Ann and I move forward like we always have since we've been here. So it is what it is. So thank you for that. All good. Now let's get to our next guest here. We're actually pretty excited about having her on, and I want to be sure I'm saying her name right. Mehek Cook, political and legal analyst. Mehek, am I saying your name right?
Yes, perfectly. Thanks for having me, John.
Okay, Mehek, you've been in Ohio as a GOP operative. You've worked on a presidential campaign. You're a legal analyst with the Republican National Committee. You've been involved in a lot of different things. Kind of give us your take right now on the SAVE Act. How do we get this passed? What is the pathway? And is there one, Mehek Cook?
Well, John, I think we're in a lot of trouble. The fact that President Trump addressed the nation and not only talked about foreign adversaries, China to be precise, infiltrating our elections, our integrity, which is a national security concern. But we've always known, I mean, you hear about the deep state all the time, John, but the deep state was also working against President Trump in 2020. There were operatives, analysts that were working to make sure that President Trump had no idea about the national security threats. So you add all of that up with what DHS Mark Wayne Mullins found, over 200,000 illegals voting in our elections. And let me tell you, it's only 4 states. It just comes to show that our party, Republicans included, are not motivated this election. They promised us safety and security and election security, and it's not happening. The SAVE Act, the only way to do this is to end the filibuster, John. It's something that we have to do. I'm so tired of these old excuses. I had one senator tell me, in the good old days, we used to work with Democrats. Well, the good old days are over. I know that we're looking through reconciliation, which is a path that potentially we don't need a majority. We need 51, right, Republicans to work and pass the SAVE Act. But I don't know what the Senate parliamentarian's going to do. They could say that the provision does not have budgets attached to it or monetary dollars, and they could strip that out. And we're left hanging. I mean, the midterms are right around the corner, and I just don't see a lot of urgency. So I'm extremely worried, not just for midterms, but for future elections as well. We have to end the filibuster. I think that's the only way to get this done.
Well, we're not going to do it. And now we've nominated Darlene, what's her name? Darlene Graham, starts with an N. I can't even think of her
Nordum.
name.
Yeah.
What is it?
Darlene Graham Nordum.
Nordum. So seems to be a nice enough lady. Yay, you know, I get the mourning of her brother, and I understand memorializing it. I get all that, but we have no idea where this woman stands on anything. She had, when she was sworn in, she was going to the chamber. Media asked her, "Where do you stand on the SAVE Act?" She said, "I'm not here to answer questions." Then she goes on Laura Ingraham last night, not one tough question. Basically, are you comfortable? Would you like a hot cup of coffee or a cold soft drink? Would you like a better chair? I mean, that was basically the questioning. We have no idea where the lady stands on anything. Country's hanging by a thread, and we can't get these old men to get rid of this filibuster, which is a complete joke. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I know that there's apprehension here about her appointment from some Republicans, but I trust President Trump. He sat down and he spoke to her. President Trump knows how important the Save America Act is. It's not just this election, it's future elections. It's our integrity. It's making sure that we don't have illegal invaders infiltrating and taking away the American dream and the American vote and threatening our democracy. So I have full faith that President Trump knows where she stands. But more importantly, she's appointed today. There's still going to be a general election. There'll be a runoff. So again, we have an opportunity to see if she's tough enough and if she's going to if she's going to vote for the SAVE Act and other important measures. But let me tell you, most people, all they do is talk, but they don't deliver promises. Until we didn't have President Trump, we saw Republicans on this merry-go-round. Because of name recognition, they continue to get elected, but refuse to deliver for the American people. I'll tell you the all-star right now, it's Bernie Moreno, Senator Moreno out of Ohio. He's the one that has broken the system of just over-promising and under-delivering. And I think under President Trump's leadership, it's the same thing. He's holding Republicans accountable. That's why you saw so many primaries. I was excited to see the old system is getting completely crushed, and we're rebuilding it with a younger, fresher generation of people that know what it means to deliver their promises.
How do we get this filibuster passed? I mean, we don't have we don't have the 50 votes. We just don't. I guess McConnell's now is fine or something. I don't know. It's weekend from Bernie's or something. But look, Mehek, at the end of the day, time is running out. The clock is ticking. We can't get anybody to act. They do nothing. They hide behind the curtain. They don't want to vote. And many of us now, Mehek, believe that a lot of these GOP senators, they're not even playing to win. They want to lose. They just want to ride Trump out and go back to what they've always done, like you say, the good old days.
Well, I don't think the past is behind us. After President Trump, there will be another Republican all-star through his guidance, through his mentorship, that's going to carry that torch. So the days of under-delivering and underperforming are over. I do think reconciliation will force Democrats and Republicans to be on the record to say, do they believe American elections are for American voters? And that will give us a pathway on what to do the next cycle. Do we need to vote these individuals out? Do we keep them on board? But I think that there's very few holdouts today. We've seen that in the Republican majority. We know who they are. So it's time to wheel and deal with them. And this is a prime opportunity for JD Vance to step in and to start negotiating with some of these individuals to get them to the finish line. There has to be something they need in their states. And we can deliver that, whether it's more healthcare services or something that's not even tied to election security. But that's how these deals are made. We all
But
know
he's
that.
not done that. I mean, this is another frustration, Mehek. He's not done that. I mean, he's written a book. He's going around. He's going on The View. He's going on Joe Rogan. Whoop-de-doo. Chris LaCivita's driving it all, raising his great. Yay. Okay. 28. We're all for that. I'm about 26 right now. And so what you just said is absolutely spot on. But Vance has not done any of that. He's not talked to the senators. He's not negotiated. He's not strong-armed them. He could right now, like I've got this caller, Dave in Arizona, calls me up 2 times a week and says, look, Vance can go in there right now, grab the gavel, hit it, adjourn the Senate. We can get 150 people appointed, and then basically he can fire the parliamentarian. He's not done it. So how do we get him to do this?
Well, I think it's a prime opportunity, and this is where President Trump is still the leader of the party. He's calling the shots. John, I have not seen anybody in his administration to date, including JD Vance, overstep that. But I'm calling on President Trump to start using the people in his administration, including Vance. I think he's powerful. I think that's why President Trump had Vance negotiate in the Middle East, but he is that hidden gem that we need to start using to make sure that we can follow through in leadership. And I know Vance is a winner because look, we had 11 people fight to be that senator, and he went from senator to VP. That doesn't happen overnight. He has the intellect. He has the trust of the American people. Now we just have to use him to go in there and roll up his sleeves and get this done.
Look, I agree with you 100%. This has got to get done. Time is running out. If they don't cheat, they can't win. You see all these comments out there. They want illegals voting. You brought up the Berry lead here, right? 200,000 illegals have voted in our election. In how many states? 4. 4 states. Now, we don't know what the number is if you go to 50 states. We have no idea. 4 states, you got 200,000 illegals voted. Any of those could swing a district. Any of those could change the balance of power in the United States. What have we done about it? Nothing.
Well, I think, again, this is why Save America Act is so important. There's also a push from the administration to use UPS to make sure that they're only delivering ballots, right, that are for registered voters. So we have to get very creative and use every angle to make sure that we don't have cheating in our elections. But I have to say, I like that states administer their elections up until the point that they're just plain stupid. Look at what's happening in California. I called a gym in California. I looked for the cheapest one. I think it was Crunch Fitness. $20 a month. I said, I'm in California, forgot my driver's license. What can I do to get an identification? Because remember, you can vote in California elections with the gym membership. The guy on the phone tells me, don't worry about it. Just bypass coming in. Do it online and we'll send you a gym membership. Now, when you have stupid states and stupid leadership like Gavin Newsom in California, well, then I think the feds need to come in and really take over. So there's a massive opportunity to just shake stupid out of some of these states. But Hermeet Dillon in the Civil Rights Division also has to win every single one of these cases. She's demanding voter rolls. And we have Democrats that are pushing back. Why? They were willing to give it to China. I mean, China has voter data. Why won't they give it to the Civil Rights Division at the DOJ? I just shake my head at some of this, but we've got to win. We've got to win these lawsuits, and we've got to get the Senate back working for the people.
Mehek, what are you actually involved in now? What are you doing now?
So I am an attorney and do a lot of crisis communications, and I'm a surrogate for the RNC. I work a lot in Ohio and nationally. I believe in the Republican Party. I'm a immigrant that came here legally. So the thought that we have illegals working our system, whether it's fraud that's rampant in Ohio to abusing our election systems, I work very hard every single day to make sure the American people know the truth about what's happening in our country.
Tell me about when you say you're a surrogate for the RNC. Did they get you on today? Did we go through them?
Yes, you went through them. I usually do a lot of media on Fox News and Newsmax and other shows, but the RNC actually asked me to come on your show today, and I was excited to do it. I listened to your previous segment about your chairman not being supportive of you and your wife, and I think that we have a lot of weak and loose Republicans across the country. So I like that you're exposing them and telling the American people the truth. And that's what I feel my mission is here, to make sure not only the midterms, but beyond, we're growing our party and we're telling the truth, because there's a lot of lies out there. I'm on mainstream media as well and have to combat it every day.
You're really good. Ever see the movie Casablanca?
I haven't. I'll put it on my list.
Oh, you got to see that. There's a scene at the end where it was Dan knows this, Humphrey Bogart and Claude Rains, and they said, "Hey, I think this is the start of a beautiful relationship." You're very effective. You're one of the most articulate, effective people that we've had on, and this is such an important issue. And I can sense you're a fighter. Tell me about a little bit about your Ohio experience.
So I'm an attorney by background. So I've worked for a governor as a legal counsel. I've worked at the Department of Agriculture. I'm sure you remember, please tell me you remember, the dangerous wild animals, lions, tigers, bears, just running rampant in Ohio. We made national news. So I was then sent to the Department of Agriculture as their general counsel. I felt like I was Tiger King most days because people weren't calling me for legal advice. They were actually asking me how to tranquilize a bear and just the craziest things. But I did that for about a year and a half. It's all about safety and security. I've worked on presidential races, Senate, and then I help a lot of Fortune 500 to 100 companies on just crisis communications from COVID. I mean, you remember how many companies were scared. Ohio was one of the very first states to shut down. I was 100% against it. I knew it was a hoax and a lie. So I really work hard to get my name out there and help people navigate through tough situations. And right now, it's the Republican Party. We're in a tough situation. We have a majority, but we're working like we're in the minority and we're already defeated. So I not only Ohio, but nationally am helping, whether it's candidates or the RNC, get our message out.
Is Vivek going to win that race?
Yes, and I'll tell you why. He not only has the presence in all of our 88 counties, he's working overtime to speak to people on an individual basis, to get out there. But I think Sherrod Brown is the wild card, because Sherrod Brown came in, you remember him, right?
Oh, yeah.
50 to 60 year. He never got a job, John. So he's now back trying to get his Senate seat because that's the only way he'd ever get elected. He spent about $100 million last Senate cycle against Bernie Moreno. With Bernie's $25 million, we were able to win and secure that. I think Sherrod's going to bring a lot of power, and that could potentially impact, and it will, our gubernatorial. But we have to just get out the vote, work hard. And my biggest issue right now is Republicans are getting complacent. I think there's many, and I've gotten calls from big donors that are saying, why should I give money to the Republican Party? Why should I even vote if we can't even vote for common sense? So I think what's happening on a national level is going to impact states like Ohio, Midwest states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, and others, where if we don't see action as Republicans, we're going to get complacent. And that's terrifying because we're going to lose the majority. The indictments start against President Trump, and then we're back in that same cycle. So we have a lot of work to do, but I know Vivek and his team are working endlessly every single day to make sure name recognition, and they're telling the truth about little Amy Acton over here. She's a mini Dr. Fauci that shut down Ohio and shut down our state.
Mehek, how do we stand in the U.S. Senate race? Are we gonna hold that seat?
I think that's going to be the biggest battle. I think people need to focus on that nationally. You have Senator Thune that needs to cross that line to get the Save America Act finished and done.
Why won't he do it? You know what? You're the first surrogate we've had on that has been completely candid here, right? It's a do-nothing Senate. They don't do crap. They hide behind the curtain. They don't want to vote. They won't bring it to the floor. They talk about, traditionalism and all the nonsense. Meantime, we all know that if the Democrats took control of the Senate, the filibuster, hold the music, Dan, the filibuster would be gone in about a half hour. Everybody in the country knows that follows this stuff. How do you get Thune and these people to come to the table and end this nightmare we're in?
Well, I saw Senator Rand Paul and so many others say we have to make calls every single day as the American people, our voices can get this over the finish line. In addition to national leadership, President Trump has already put pressure. I want JD Vance in that ring to start pushing and demanding results. He's been a senator. He knows how to cross that finish line. And look, we're not going to know every single deal that happens behind closed doors, but I know Vance can help deliver this for sure.
Well, I tell you what, if you've got his ear, he's got to get and take control of the Senate. And I agree. You're the first one who's come on my show of stature, other than a lot of our callers like Davis, one in Arizona, who has said, look, Vance has got to take control of this Senate. He's got to take control of it. He's the president of the Senate. He's AWOL. He's not doing it. Joe Rogan writing a book, The View. Who cares, right? That's 28 stuff. Let's get this done now. And I think you're absolutely spot on. You're a woman of great courage and stature. Do me a favor, Mehek, see that little box down there, the chat box? Put your mobile number there. That's private. It's only between me, you, and Dan, so we can stay in touch. I've got to get you on as a regular guest because you absolutely have nailed everything today. And you're very, very articulate in the way you present this. If we don't get off our butts, we're going to lose. And you're right. People are just getting depressed because they don't see any action. So you're right. Why should I give money? Why should I knock on doors? Why should I do anything? Why should I even vote? Nothing is going to happen. The Republicans won't do anything. Why should I get involved? That's the biggest issue we have, and you nailed it.
Thank you, John. It's a pleasure being with you.
Put your phone number there. People want to follow you. Where do they go?
At Mehek Cook. I'm on X, Instagram, but most of my political commentary is on X. So at MEHEKCOOKE.
At Mehek Cook. Okay, put your phone number in. I'll stay in touch. Mehek, thank you for being with us. We're out of time this segment. West Virginia Mavericks chomping at the bit. They're next. Keep it right here.
Of his interviews with a memoir ghostwriter before he was elected president. However, the court has put its decision on hold until August 3rd, allowing Mr. Biden more time to consider another appeal. As the U.S. continues its stepped-up attacks on Iran, and Iran responds, an Iranian proxy is threatening to stir up more trouble.
Yemen's Houthi rebels are threatening to target Saudi shipping in the Red Sea. Now, this is important because Saudi Arabia, like other Gulf nations, have been affected by Iran's chokehold on the Strait of Hormuz, through which about a fifth of all the world's oil and natural gas passed in peacetime.
Correspondent Jonathan Gambrell. On Wall Street this morning, the Dow futures up 104 points, NASDAQ futures 350 points higher. More on these stories at townhall.com.
The following is a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
When I was feeling the stress of too much credit card debt, I looked at two different options: debt settlement and debt management. They may sound the same, but guess what? They're not. Debt settlement seemed like a quick fix, but I found out it would destroy my credit, create tax headaches, and hit me with huge fees. They actually told me to stop paying my bills. No way, not me. Then I turned to a debt management plan developed by the team at Trinity. They worked with my creditors, lowered my payments, reduced my interest, saved me thousands, and paid off my debt. And Trinity is a Christian company, which is important to me.
If credit card debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
My name is Heather. Please forget debt settlement and remember Trinity Debt Management.
1-800-990-6976.
A man has stabbed and wounded two people near Greece's top tourist attraction.
The assailant attacked a man and a woman, both Greek Americans, with a knife on a pedestrian street near an entrance to the Acropolis itself and near the entrance to the Acropolis Museum, which lies at the foot of the Acropolis Hill in Athens. Police say the woman suffered light injuries to the leg, while the man was more seriously hurt, with wounds to the arm. The attacker was detained at the scene while the two victims were transported to the hospital by ambulance, authorities say. The identity of the attacker was not immediately clear, but police said he appeared to have been suffering from psychological problems. The attack did not lead to any closure to the sites, which continued operating as usual. I'm Charles Philadesma.
At least 10 people are dead. 17 others remain missing after a disaster inside an under-construction tunnel linked to a hydroelectric project in northeast India. News and analysis at townhall.com. There's concern that bad weather could further aggravate already rising gas prices.
In Chicago, Lita Mavrathalasitis' car was close to E and needed a fill-up. She initially didn't see the sign, reading $4.59 a gallon.
Oh my gosh, gas went up again.
Gas Buddies Patrick DeHaan says tensions around the world mean paying more at the gas pump.
Between Ukraine's attacks on Russia's refineries in the U.S. and Iran, that is the bulk majority of what's moving gas prices in the last week or two.
The White House has said oil and gas prices will plummet once the war with Iran ends. If this trend continues, expensive gas will likely be at the top of voters' minds leading up to the midterm elections in November. I'm Ed Donahue.
New estimates show road deaths are declining in the U.S. and abroad. Study in Lancet Public Health reveals that global road injuries and fatalities each fell more than 30% from 1990 to 2023. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking, free. General admission, free. Memories, priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
People are out there saying, the Iranians are never going to live by it. But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
Trump 2.0 is in full effect. How do you keep up with all the action? I'll tell you. TrumpNationNews.com is your inside source for the inside scoop. Manufacturing, jobs, deportations, and the nation's rejuvenation. The first 100 days and beyond. All the news you need and no liberal gibberish. It's the perfect way to start your day. Sign up for the TNN newsletter. Do it today. TrumpNationNews.com. TrumpNationNews.com. Part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who trucks the truth from coast to coast, John Fredericks.
Welcome here on the John Fredericks Media Network, and I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables. West Virginia Mavericks coming up. We got a full crew today. We got a lot going on. Great to have you with us. This segment brought to you by WV Sports Nation. For all your information and news on anything West Virginia University athletics, you got one stop to make, and that's WV Sports Nation. Go to WVSportsNation.com, WVSportsNation.com. You want to bookmark that. Also, download our app. All you got to do is go to the App Store or Google Play and put in WV for West Virginia. WV Sports Nation app pops right up, and you are good to go. We got a plethora of writers there. They're doing a great job. It is the biggest #1 news and information digital site in West Virginia covering West Virginia athletics. We get about 5 stories up a day. We cover everything: rifle, volleyball, wrestling, soccer, women's soccer, basketball, the whole bit, football, Rodriguez, all that, baseball, all coming up. In fact, we got an interview up there right now that we did yesterday live with women's basketball coach for West Virginia, Mark Kellogg. I think he's banged on the door. He's knocked on the door of the tournament this year. I think they're going to get to the Final Four. I think they got a shot to win it all. They got a great team. He's had a lot of great recruits. You can check the interview out there. Just download our app, go to the App Store, Google Play, WV Sports Nation, and or go to WVSportsNation.com, and you're going to find our full interview there with women's basketball coach, West Virginia, Mark Kellogg. We've got Jen Greeny coming up next week, volleyball coach. So we covered all. We got soccer coming up. Hey, it's just not football. Then, of course, we'll get Rodriguez on, right? You can't have it without that. And don't forget our pregame show, our fan-based tailgate pregame show, 2 hours before every West Virginia football game. It's, what do we come up with a name for it, Dan? I think Tailgate Mountaineer Tailgate Nation, I think is the name of our show. Mountaineer Tailgate Nation, 2 hours before every game on WV Sports Nation Live and across all of our 9 radio stations there in West Virginia. This is the fans pregame show from the press box to the parking lot is where we're going. That's where the action is, right? Blue Lot Special, baby. Anybody knows West Virginia football. Plus our bus is going to be there. Oliverio is advertising on it. He can't wait. We're going to have our big bus there for all the home games. It's going to be a lot of fun. And you can catch all the action in our pregame show 2 hours before every West Virginia home game. You can catch it on all of our West Virginia stations on WV Sports Nation and also on our app, WV The Torch. Just download that app too, WV The Torch, all the ways to reach us there. So it's not the typical pregame show. This is fan-based. We're going to be taking callers, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So you want to participate in that. And I can't wait. Let's start. We're having our first show. Big 12 opens on, what is it, Dan? August 29th. And we'll have our first pregame show there starting at, I think, 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. I'm sorry. And then our first game is September 5th. The Mountaineers opening against Coastal Carolina at home. And we'll have our pregame show there from the bus. And that's going to be on September 5th at 10 a.m., just after Godzilla wins. So there you have it. Joining us, we've got, let's bring everybody in. Michael Haidt, West Virginia House of Delegates. District 92 Republican. Mike Oliverio, State Senator, my district, Motown. Thank you for joining us, Mike. Missed you last week. Everybody wanted to kick you to the curb, but I got your back. Gino Chiarelli is with us, West Virginia House of Delegates, District 78. And joining us in a cameo appearance, John Finley, former senior advisor to the Trump campaign 2024, and also an associate with the Patrick Morrissey administration, now doing his own thing, hanging out up here sometimes with me in D.C., but still got his fingers in the West Virginia pie. So, guys, thanks for being with us. Let's get right off the bat. Start with Oliverio. John, try to steady your camera there. Let's get to Senator Oliverio right off the bat. Mike, we missed you last week. Just give us an update. A lot of talk. Everybody I talked to in every other state, and I don't want to beat a dead horse, but they all want out of data centers. In fact, your friends in Pennsylvania, the Republicans are making it a campaign issue. No data centers. Kathy Hochul in New York, first governor, 1 year, moratorium, no data centers. In Virginia, it is the hottest political issue there. No data centers. Yet you guys in West Virginia are begging for them. Why doesn't everybody just come there? Nobody else wants them. It's turned into a political football center in every other state.
Hey, John, I like to say that I live at 123 Main Street in reality. And here in reality, we know that we will need transmission lines, pipelines, data centers, new power generation. And our job as elected officials is figure out a way to do those things in a responsible way, do those things in a way that is affordable and in a way that benefits our West Virginia citizens and our state in general. And I think if you approach these issues in that way, you can find solutions. If your goal is to be against all of those things, politically, that's very easy to do. But the reality is when it's 4 degrees on Christmas Eve and you don't have power to warm those houses and keep the lights on, people are going to be upset. And they're going to be even more upset a few weeks later when they can't watch the Super Bowl because there's not power or light in their homes. So we've got to find a way to conduct ourselves in a responsible manner, use our state agencies that are chock full of trained people, whether it's our DEP or Commerce Department, and figure out a way that we can meet the needs of our citizens.
Let's bring John Finley in. John, what do you see as some of the biggest issues now facing the Mountaineer State as it relates to the governor?
I mean, it's still just going to be what the long-term issues for West Virginia have been, which are jobs, and more jobs. I mean, we're not going to be able to do anything unless we start growing. The areas where we've been having growth, Mon County, Eastern Panhandle, they're doing just fine. It's the southern half of the state that just had some long-term deindustrialization that we need to do. And again, I think as Mike has mentioned, we need those data centers to provide more revenue for us because long-term, West Virginia is heavily reliant on taxes from coal and natural gas. And, eventually the coal we're too linked to what the price of coal is. So we need more data centers and more other revenue streams. And so hopefully, the data center bill and some other stuff can help us. But I mean, the biggest problem has been the problem for the past 20 years. We just need more jobs and more growth in West Virginia.
So where are we with this, Michael Haidt? I know you're a big supporter, Delegate Haidt, of data centers, but nobody else wants them. So you're like the iconoclast of the whole region. And we had the Pennsylvania guys on yesterday saying that it was only Pennsylvania and West Virginia that were net energy, you supplied more than you took in, whatever that conglomeration you guys are in, PG something he was talking about. He said there's only 2 states that contribute to it. Everybody else sucks it out, and they're a net loser. And they were talking about just getting out of that. What are your thoughts on that, Michael Haidt?
Well, I'll tell you, there's a concerted effort, I think, everywhere to misinform people about data centers. And it's here in West Virginia as well. And we have to fight back against it. we as legislators have to look at the pros and cons of any industry. And data centers, I think, have a lot of pros, and we have to continue to fight for them and fight against the misinformation that is being fed. And I think a lot of that probably comes from our foreign adversaries that are trying to misinform the people. And you see a lot of that on the left is pushing a lot of that agenda, but I see it on the right as well that are buying into it. And we just have to be the same people in the room and continue to fight for this industry that I think is perfect for the state of West Virginia. We have the energy, we have all the resources for this industry, and we just need to continue fighting for it.
But it's a political issue for Republicans in almost every other state that I'm in, from Georgia, Pennsylvania, Virginia, etc. Every state I'm in, Tennessee, same thing. Every state I'm in, Republicans are running against data centers. They're making it a centerpiece of their campaign. Why don't you guys just, hire somebody to go out and get them all to come to West Virginia? I mean, nobody else wants them. And it's a political football big time.
Well, we've talked about it before, John. I think that when you leave social media, and at least for me, when I get into district, I have conversations with constituents and I explain to them, this is what the plan is. This is where we think we want to go. This is the conversations that we've had that revolve around data centers. Most normal people, if you could break it down for them, if you can have a rational conversation that's not in the comments of a Facebook section, I've noticed that I can get a lot farther with them instead of trying to do stuff online. I also think it's kind of laughable and very hypocritical for a lot of these people to talk about how against data centers that they are, but then I know for a fact they have direct deposit on their phone. They probably have their favorite Starbucks order on one single tap to reorder. They have all of these things. They have every social media account known to man. All of these things that are made possible, our human needs and desires drive data centers. So while I understand have to do things responsibly, we don't want to overload ourselves and put ourselves in a sticky situation. I think that we've had the advantage of being proactive instead of reactive. I think that we've laid the groundwork for a really solid beginning. And again, no topic is ever off the table. If we have to fine tune later on, we're more than capable of doing that. We're a very nimble state when it comes to regulation.
Senator Oliveri, a lot of people in West Virginia are trying to drill. They're opening up drilling companies trying to drill for natural gas, which a lot of people say is under our feet there. What are we doing anything to help them at all?
West Virginia basically floats on an ocean of natural gas. About 5,000 feet below us is the Marcellus Shale. And the Marcellus Shale is one of the richest natural gas shales in the world. And another 3,000 feet down is the Utica Shale. And so we have enormous resources. And yes, we have companies that are drilling. They're using horizontal drilling techniques. We've had some relief with some pipeline that has allowed for that natural gas to move into markets where it can be consumed and fees can be collected at a higher rate. So surely that is an important part of our economy. We have a severance tax that is paid when the natural gas is, quote, severed from the ground. So it's a real important part of our economy, but it also creates this opportunity to be able to provide the power necessary for these data centers. And so these things kind of work hand in hand. So it's great economics for West Virginia in terms of jobs, tax revenue, personal income tax, payroll tax, consumer sales tax. All those things contribute to the state's coffers, which then allows us to provide the services that our citizens are crying for. More funding for public education, more funding for water, infrastructure, those kinds of things. So I think we're doing some things that are taking us in the right direction. Just need to move in a responsible way. That's all.
So what can you guys do to help drillers? Like, I know a couple of people that have been trying to put money together to be able to drill for natural gas, but obviously it's a speculative thing because they have to figure out where it is. They have to get down, 5,000 feet. It takes a lot of money to get there. They had trouble raising the funds. Obviously, after you do it, and if you hit it, everybody can be very successful at it financially. But is there a way for West Virginia to encourage that, to maybe have a fund or something to help some of these companies offset some of that risk, and in order to drill?
Yeah, I don't know if we want to have state funds, taxpayer funds to offset that. I mean, we're sitting on, like Mike said, an ocean of natural gas. So, they're going to make tons and tons of money by doing this. There has to be some risk for the amount of reward they're going to get out of this. So I don't know if I would be in favor of taxpayer funds subsidizing those kinds of drilling operations.
All right. I kind of agree with that. Maybe there's a way to, through your small business or drilling association, to be able to facilitate loans. Because I know several drillers that they've not been able to raise the money to get into the ground. They're trying, and a lot of people figure it's too speculative. They don't know what the price of gas is going to be. Barrel of oil goes down to a certain amount, then you can't make money.
John, we put in a regulatory setup that they need to follow when they do the drilling, and it's designed to protect our water supply and ensure safety to our citizens in a variety of ways. And the industry participated with that regulatory setup 20 years ago, while Pennsylvania and New York were making it next to impossible to do that. So we have taken the steps we think are necessary, listening to the industry and listening to our constituents who had concerns. We think we've struck a good balance that has created a level playing field where they can come, drill, make a rate of return for their shareholders, and then deliver value to the state in terms of the forms of taxation that I mentioned.
Have you guys looked at, there's a lot of concern in West Virginia about the lack of rural hospital growth. I mean, we all know about, West Virginia Medical Center. We all know about that and the other big healthcare companies. But as Finley was saying earlier, we got him back. You go to you go to the southern part of the state, the rural part of the state. There's not a trauma center. There's not enough hospital care. There's a certificate of need has been an issue with you guys, CON. I mean, how do you see that? I mean, it's hard to get people to move there when they're miles and miles from a hospital, especially from a trauma center. What are you guys doing about that? Anybody jump in?
We have three major health systems in West Virginia: West Virginia University Medicine, Vandalia Health, and Marshall Health. And between those three systems, they are our state's first, second, and third largest employers. And the network of those systems that has some overlap covers a significant part of our state. So we have the benefit of that. We also are a state that borders 5 other states. So there are times when some people are simply closer to a border state and can access care there. But we've made enormous strides, I would say, the last 5-10 years in terms of our healthcare delivery, trauma centers in Morgantown, level 1 trauma centers in Morgantown and Charleston. And so we've got the Health Net facilities for the helicopters. Lord knows they fly right over my house. But I think we have a good healthcare delivery system. It can always be better, and there's a lot of investment in trying to achieve that.
When are you going to set
John,
up
I think John, if I can real quick, I think you mentioned CON too. And I think CON can be a barrier to some of these systems trying to get into West Virginia. I know Mike mentioned the big 3, but you also have Valley Health, which is right on the other side of the border in Virginia, that has a presence in West Virginia and would like to have a bigger presence in West Virginia and possibly in some of those rural areas that you're talking about. And CON prevents them from coming in and building upon their system as well. So I think we still need to take a big system or a big look at the CON and trying to repeal that.
I mean, what is it like? you have this certificate of need, and look, anybody that follows this stuff, we all know what the deal is, right? It's there to protect the bigger hospitals, right? Everybody knows that. You guys can spin it three ways to Wednesday, right? What is certificate of need? It means that the big hospitals get a monopolistic situation, and you can't have other health facilities go in, like the one you mentioned in Virginia. If you've got a trauma and you're an hour and a half, 2 hours away, you got to wait for a helicopter or something. You're basically, by the time you get there, you're dead. And why don't you guys just amend that so we can get more healthcare? You talk about, I want to get jobs in, I want to get people in, I don't want our young people to leave. There's a brain drain, yada, yada, yada. But then you guys mess around with certificate of need. And it's like, why am I going to go to an area where, like, if something happens to me, like, I'll die because there's nothing around? How does that make sense?
I'll jump in. Can I jump in on this one? Because this is kind of related to what I do for my day job as well. I work for WVU Medicine. I work for the Children's Hospital doing business development. One of the big focuses that I've had over the last year is integrating with a number of rural healthcare providers around the state. These are typically in the form of FQHCs, federally qualified health centers. They exist in these areas that are underserved professionally, clinically, because just there's no other providers. They're propped up by federal subsidies. They're only there because federal dollars. So when it comes to certificate of need, Height and I disagree on this a little bit. I'm not sure if a full blanket repeal of certificate of need of the program right now is the best way to go about it. I have voted for bits and pieces of it to be repealed in the past, but the problem that I think you run into if you have a full-on repeal right away is I think that you come into this problem of cherry picking, where you'll have out-of-state entities that have the money to be able to drop off satellite offices, imaging, whatever. They can pick off any commercial payers that are profitable. And if you start peeling away those profitable elements to certain providers, WVU Medicine is able to subsidize a lot of their children's hospital operations because of the money that they make in other areas. Well, now all of a sudden, if UPMC, whoever, somewhere from some company from California starts stealing those commercial payers, in the short term, what they might see is you might see commercial payers have better prices for hospital services. But in the long term, well, now all of a sudden WVU Medicine can no longer afford to keep their PICU running. And that's a loss of a service. So we've repealed stuff before. We repealed the birthing center, CON. We have a lot of areas in the state that need delivery services. They need OBGYN services, but they just don't have them there. However, since we've repealed the certificate of need for birthing centers, 0 have opened. So I'm not opposed to modernizing. I'm not opposed to streamlining. I think the full blanket repeal might do more harm than good.
Your issue is that that out-of-state companies, health providers come in and they pick off only the most profitable services. Birth center is not one of them, so therefore none open. Finley, you were involved in this with me in Virginia for years.
Yeah, I mean, WVU Medicine has had no trouble competing in Pennsylvania, which doesn't have CONs. I mean, they're expanding heavily in a competitive marketplace. Listen, I think CON is, as much as I am against protectionist regulations, we have to be realistic in terms of, I think it would be a big help to repeal CON in the Eastern Panhandle where it's growing and people want to move there. The problem is, it goes back to our initial conversation, in Southern West Virginia, in these rural areas, those areas really are not that, economically sexy, where you're going to have there's no trauma center that's going to want to be built in the middle of Clay County or these counties that have less than 10,000 people in it. So again, Gino and I can disagree on CON, but I think we can both agree it's not the problem of rural access is not going to be solved by CON repeal, unfortunately. I wish it were a magic bullet and were that simple. There are areas where the state's growing where definitely they could use the relief from CON repeal, and I think repealing CON in general will help make us introduce more competition, hopefully, force some lower prices, but unfortunately, it's not going to be a magic silver bullet to help increase rural access, if that makes sense.
That further highlights the divide. That highlights the problems of being a state legislator in West Virginia, because you have your Martinsburgs, you have your Morgantowns, but at the same time, you have Wyoming County, You have McDowell County, where it's very, very diverse, and it's hard to do blanket policy that affects everybody well. I think the conversations that revolve around certificate of need are different in the Eastern Panhandle than they are in the coal fields. But this is why we have a citizens legislature. This is why we have to take everybody into account, because we have to make sure no matter what we do, as many people as possible benefit. I don't like doing policy stuff for just one area.
So are you saying, Gino, are you saying John Finley's right?
John Finley, I think, is right in a lot of ways. I think that I really can understand why people from the Eastern Panhandle are for full repeal of certificate of need. I totally understand it. I think it's one of those issues where it legitimately does have merit to both sides. From my perspective, I don't know if the blanket repeal is the best for the entire state. However, I think there's changes that can be made. I've voted for changes in the past. I'll likely vote for changes in the future. It just requires a lot of people on board ready to talk about the conversation in good faith. I think we unfortunately have a lot of out-of-state special interests that try to cloud the discussion around this. I want the discussion to be West Virginia first. I'm not as keen on taking the advice from billionaire-funded PACs outside of West Virginia.
So, Finley, you're now a GOP consultant within West Virginia and other areas. So you've kind of gone from this is why I love having you on. You've gone from the Morrissey administration to kind of outside the system as a consultant. What do you see here as you look at the state where you live? Like everybody know John and his family are in the Charleston area. This is their home. This is where they live. What is the biggest challenge you're facing right now? What do you want to see done?
I mean, I think we just need to find a way to reduce taxes and regulations. I mean, there are more state employees, and there are about as many state employees in West Virginia as there are in Indiana, a state that's around 4 times our size. And so really reducing the regulatory state is a huge, huge problem. Getting rid of those regulations. Morrissey admin last session, there were around 250 boards that oversee, they're kind of like the deep state of West Virginia that create rules and regulations. No one elected them. I mean, the governor appoints them, but they're kind of how they get appointed are all goofy. The Morrissey admin cut 70 of them last session. Legislature passed that. I think shrinking the state to help us grow more is the my main concern. But Southern West Virginia, again, it just needs to start growing. We need to start attracting industries. I mean, the problem is that Southern West Virginia doesn't have a lot of flat land like Ohio or the neighboring states where it's really easy to build on. So we got to be careful in terms of choosy in terms of how we develop, but getting more jobs into our state. And I think that's primarily cutting, the size of the state and the regulations is what I see as our top issue down there.
Senator Oliverio, you're in a tough campaign for re-election. By the way, invite me to headline a fundraiser, MC your event. I'll take the bus, whatever. I'm there. I'm in, right? You're my state senator. Gino's my state representative. I own all these companies there. I got to get you guys back in. But Mike, I know you talk to voters, and so does Gino. That's why I love having you guys on. You're in competitive areas. Mike, you're out there, you're campaigning, you're talking to voters, you're going door to door. Your opposition, your Democratic opponent, what are they saying about you? Like, what are they running on? Like, what are they saying? Vote for them instead of Mike. Why? Like, what arguments do they have, or are they making?
It's the same as the national. It's the one word, affordability, and the Democrats are trying to project themselves in West Virginia as being champions for affordability. But this state senator voted to reduce your state personal income tax by 1/3. This state senator voted to eliminate the personal income tax on Social Security benefits. This state senator voted to rebate your car tax called personal property tax. So, they come off saying they're focused on affordability, yet we're the ones allowing people to keep more of their own money in their pocket. So it's an inconsistent argument. They want to talk about the price of eggs and the price of gasoline. And to be honest, I don't know how a member of the state legislature is going to impact those things for an individual consumer. The way we can put more money in someone's pockets is not take as much out of it. And the tax relief that we've offered has been meaningful. And my opponent voted against those tax cuts. So, that's one of the cards they're trying to play.
Gino?
Well, like Mike said, I think that affordability seems to be one of the mantras, that one of the rallying cries I've heard from a lot of Democrats. From my opponent specifically, I haven't really heard anything. I'm trying to follow what he's saying because at the least, if we can, the most productive thing that I could take out of this, out of campaigning, is having positive conversations, learning more about what my constituents want as I talk to them. But I haven't really seen anything from my opponent, to be honest. I think the only thing I've really seen him say publicly at this point was he was attacking school choice. So I don't know if he has much of an instinct for it as some other people. I think, again, Oliverio is going to have a little bit of a tougher time than me, but I'm not really seeing too much mobilization from my opponent yet. Not that I'm taking anything for granted, but I can't really get a read on him yet.
Hyde, are my two guys here going to win?
Yeah, I think both of them have a good chance of winning, and I think they both hit the nail on the head when they're talking about affordability. And I think both sides want affordability. That's an issue for both sides, Republicans and Democrats. How we get there is the big issue. It's the big difference. And I think on the Republican side, how we get there is we want to allow people to keep more of their own money in their pockets and make it more affordable for them in that regard. And I think the Democrats want to take more money from everybody and then have the government subsidize to make things more affordable. And if you look at our way, the Republican way, and allowing people to keep more of their own money and let the market forces dictate what costs are, we all think that is the better way.
So Finley, let's stay with politics here. John Finley with us, former executive in the Governor Patrick Morrisey's administration, former senior advisor, Trump campaign 2024. He's got a long history. Executive director, West Virginia Republican Party, executive director, Virginia Republican Party, and FOJ friend of John. So you got all your bases covered, John.
Yeah.
So you got them all covered. So listen, I'm in DC. I can't go to the Capitol without somebody bumping into me and saying, "Hey, what's the deal in West Virginia? Your senator doesn't like it here much. Baby dog, he doesn't like Washington D.C. either. He's going to run for governor. What's the deal? How's this play out? Who's going to replace him? If he wins, is it going to be a special? What's going to happen to Morrissey?" I mean, I can't go into one hallway without somebody asking me this. What's the deal here, Finley?
I don't know. I would ask Jim Justice what he wants to do. I mean, he's
running for governor. Dude, he's running for governor.
Yeah, I mean, he's like Hamlet, making Willy Woney, and I think that's the big thing is, if he runs for governor, I think that's going to be that'll be a really interesting campaign overall. Again, he's just like when I was running the Mooney campaign initially, and we went and I was talking to the NRSC, and they said, well, either this is going to be like your standard kind of insurgent campaign where the establishment starts out with a lead and you guys just chip away, or Jim Justice is a Teflon Trump-like figure that just, it doesn't matter what you say, nothing will stick. And it turned out to be the latter. I mean, he was totally just, there was nothing you could say against Big Jim. And again, I'm a supporter of him now after the primary and everything. So I think it'll be fascinating to see. I mean, incumbent governors, the last time there was a Republican incumbent governor successfully primaried was 2010 in Nevada. I believe is like the last time that we're looking at somebody who was actually elected and then not like a replacement who got primary, but a full on. So it's really hard to lose a primary as an incumbent governor. But that will be, that'll be fascinating to see what happens. I mean, Patrick Morrissey is very tenacious and likes to campaign a lot, but I haven't polled it. Our focus is solely on the fall elections, helping Mike Oliverio and other senators win re-election. So, but no, it's going to be fascinating if it happens. But I haven't talked to Jim directly on that. So
Mike Hyde, everybody tells me he's running. And what's interesting is like it doesn't even matter like what it doesn't matter like why are you running? Like if I were to ask him like what is your beef with Morrissey, I don't even think they have an answer. It's just I don't like it here.
He'd have an answer.
I mean, what would his answer be?
Well, I think Big Jim just loves being the governor of West Virginia. That's what he loved doing. And it's just not the same in D.C. being the senator. I don't feel like he feels like he can get as much done as a senator in Washington, D.C. as he can as the governor of West Virginia for West Virginians. And I think that's where his passion lies. And I think that's why he wants to come back. I think he wants to come back, and I really think he will. I think what will be a factor is who else gets in the race in the primary. That Patrick has seemed to be able to pull 30% and just keep that 30% base no matter what. So the rest of the 70% is what concerns me. If Justice gets back in the race and there are 2 or 3 other people in the race, how do they split that? And is Justice going to be able to overcome the other people in the race?
Don't you think that he'll clear the field though? Like, I mean, I can't see a Larry Pack getting in. I can't see a Chris Riley getting in. Like, why would they do that? I mean, why would you do it? So if it's a one-on-one, and I agree, we've said this for 3 straight weeks, the Morrissey base is a rock, 35%. Yeah. It is a rock. It is an immovable object of which I am part of. So I'm part of that rock. The problem is it doesn't grow. And so I don't know how you get over 35%. And I think Justice clears the field. And so I don't even know what the campaign for Morrissey would be if it's one-on-one. I mean, I think he's done a really good job. I mean, look, is he perfect? No one is. But, you know, you guys get along with him. He's done a really good job. And he's a good conservative governor. But that getting that 35% to 50 in a one-on-one, man, that's a bet on DraftKings I would make.
No, you're absolutely right. One-on-one, I don't think there's anybody that can beat Jim Justice in a political race in West Virginia. There's just nobody out there right now. So if it's one-on-one, Jim Justice is our next governor.
Yep. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out, and then everything else that goes with it, because then his seat becomes open if he wins, and then there'll be, I guess what? Then there'll be an election. What would happen then? So if Justice's seat's not up until 2030, what would happen?
There would be an interim appointment. I think he probably wouldn't vacate prior to be sworn in. There would be an interim appointment, and there would be a special election. I believe there would be a special election that same year. That's the way it works for governor.
And the interim appointment would be by Jim Justice. He would appoint his successor.
Yeah. That's
so he then becomes the kingmaker for the Senate. So he would play this out. This is fascinating. So Justice beats Morrissey in a primary, if that happens, and then Justice will appoint his replacement. You can't make this stuff up, man. And then he's like got the political dynasty. He's going to appoint his ally. So then if you want, like, think this through. So if you want to be a senator, let's say, pick a name. I don't know, Chris Riley,
Larry Pack.
Right? Larry Pack. You want to be U.S. Senator. You're treasurer. You want to be U.S. Senator. You don't run for governor because you don't want to split the field. So you back Justice. Justice wins. And now Justice appoints you as senator. And now good luck beating him when he's already the senator for 18 months. I mean, it's crazy. Everybody's going to be jockeying. It's just going to be this. I'm glad I got this panel going on because you guys are going to have no shortage of things to talk about if all this plays out.
I don't think Justice is going to make a formal decision until after the November election.
Of course not. Yeah.
I mean,
sure.
So we got a little bit of time, you know, to see if when it happens. But it's the future is always fascinating to speculate on. So.
Well, it's not a speculation. It's everybody's saying that he's going to run, John. So it's not like we're just making It's like everybody I talked to was telling me he's running. So, and people that know him well. So I would take this from speculation to pretty much a done deal. But yeah, I think he'll wait till after the midterms, have to do some campaigning around and try to help himself out. But I don't know. I would. I don't. Are you? I would. I don't know what you're going to do as the general consultant for the Morrissey campaign in a one race.
I'm not doing that. I'm focused solely on the Senate. So that's state Senate. That's what my focus is on.
All right. So then, how does
John, our law is different than the federal law, and there might be some people listening that are a bit confused. Under federal law, a president can run for 2 terms, can serve 2 terms, period. And so in West Virginia, a governor can serve 2 successive terms, but then can sit one out and come back. And that's the situation we're describing, where Jim Justice, our current U.S. Senator, was elected governor in 2016, reelected in 2020. In 24, he was elected to the United States Senate, and now is looking at the possibility of, in 2028, coming back as governor. So it's a little bit of a unique twist here, where it's a governor can serve 3 terms.
I mean, it's fascinating what you guys have got going out in there. So Finley, if you're focused on the state Senate in West Virginia, how are you going to get my guy Oliverio reelected?
Nah, it's a dogfight. I mean, that's the one district that's really a truly swing district where Republicans aren't favored. But I mean, when I was there in 2022, a lot of people, were, we can't win that seat, and the state party put in a lot of resources. Mike ran a great campaign, and it's really different than any other seat in the state. So none of the 17 state Senate seats in the state voted for a Democrat. We're blessed. That's why it's God's country here. Democrats just don't stand a chance. But in Mike's seat, it's the only one where Trump only won by single digits. So it's going to take a lot of investment. It's going to take a unique candidate. I mean, Mike is not, like your standard West Virginia, Republican. You can't be a standard West Virginia Republican and win that seat. I mean, you have to really pound the pavement, focus on the local issues. Mike does a great job with that, but we're gonna have to spend a lot of money. I mean, the Democrats in Morgantown and Fairmont come out, and you can't. I don't think it's possible to win that seat by more than you're never going to win that seat by double digits, but it's possible to win, and Mike does everything that he needs to, and we're trying to invest to make sure that he wins. So,
well, Mike's got a phone and a pen, so you got to get out there, Mike, and raise money. Anything I can do to help, I'm all in. So Miller's going to win his seat in Huntington. So if Oliverio wins, what's the Senate, 49-1?
No.
Well, we have a race. We have a race in the Northern Panhandle too. That could be a Democratic opportunity. But right now we only have one returning Democrat. In West Virginia, we have 34 Senate seats, and the seats are staggered. So 17 are elected back in 2024. And now roughly 17 are coming up. We've had some appointments and things, but anyway, so we have one returning that will definitely be there in January, and then it's a matter of these other races.
So if you win and we hold it,
if I win, if Miller wins, if we win in the Northern Panhandle, it could be 33 to 1.
I think you're going to win the Northern Panhandle seat, even though it's not the greatest candidate walk the earth. I think she's got a good record. I think she wins. Miller's going to win by 15. That thing is over. That guy's you ever gone out and campaign with that guy's an absolute beast. That guy's going to win by 15. That seat will never go back into Democrat hands. So then the only one remaining is the guy that represents half of my business, which won't return my call, Garcia. Now pick up the phone, Senator. Return my call. Nah, won't return my call. Aren't I a constituent? Aren't you supposed to return calls? If I called up Gino, if somebody called you up and said, hey, I want a business in your area, can you talk to me? Would you return their call or not return their call 5 times or return a text? Would you just blow them off? Is that the way this guy operates?
That's I won't speak for Joey. It doesn't. I think that answering every constituent is important, and I think that yes, this is campaign season. Yes, there is partisan politics, but I think that all of us, most of us elected, understand that we represent all people, regardless of political party. So if I have a constituent call me and tell me that they need me for an issue, I'm going to answer the call because that's my job. That's what I'm supposed to do. Monongalia County, we're kind of in an interesting spot where yes, we have a lot of Democrats that live here, but countywide, we care very much about local issues, and it seems like that can transcend sometimes the actual letter that's next to somebody's name. For example, our last election, Monongalia County countywide voted for a Democrat sheriff. They voted for a Democrat county commissioner, but Riley Moore won for Congress by the same margin that the Democrat sheriff and county commissioner did. And Riley Moore is a fighter, man. Riley Moore is very, very intense. I think he's terrific. I think he's doing great at his job. Great at his job. But he doesn't mince words, and he takes very, very strong positions on things. And he won Monongalia County by a sizable portion. So I think that Mon County is primed to vote for the best person possible countywide. So I have a lot of faith in my senator, Senator Oliverio. So I'm very much looking forward to helping him because our districts overlap about 95%.
All right.
Hey, John, let me also say that I received an email on Sunday from a constituent that lives in both Gino's district and my district about a significant road problem, a pothole ditch area that was coming onto the person's property. And the constituent was telling me that Gino came to his home, looked over the problem, reached out to the Division of Highways and asked for help for that constituent. And the constituent was telling me how appreciative they were that Gino would do that. And I think that's the front line of public service, is to get out and do things like that. And
knee deep in a pothole, man. Knee deep in potholes, taking pictures. That's what people care about.
That's what the whole thing's about. I mean, and when you don't even return a call because the guy's on the other side of the spectrum. What? So now you're only representing? Like, do you go see if you get an email from somebody asking you to return a call? Do you now go to the voter rolls and see what they're registered as? Is that the new like Joey Garcia deal? Guy's a total stiff, in my judgment. All right, I got 4 minutes. I got to get to what really matters. West Virginia football. It's coming up. First game, Coastal Carolina. Rich Rod, you look at the season last year, he turned the whole roster over, guys. Got all these guys out of the portal, had a brand new system, right? Right now we got a quarterback battle. They open against Coastal Carolina. Should be a win. I think you're going to make some noise in the Big 12. We're going to go around the horn. How many wins are they going to get? We'll start with Michael Haidt because that's really what anybody cares about is West Virginia football and Rich Rod's second season. He's had a great recruiting season, guys. I'm just telling you, really good. Mike Haidt, how many wins does WVU football get 2026?
I think Rich Rod is still rebuilding. I think we win this first game, but I think we probably go 500.
500. 500 would be a tremendous improvement. 6-6. Okay, let's get to Oliverio. What do you say, Senator?
We won 4 last year in Rich's first year back after a complete overhaul of the roster. And I look for us to double that this year.
All right. Gino Chiarelli.
I think that sounds about right. I was lucky enough to attend the press conference when Rich Rod came back. The energy was good. I think he has the support of the people. I think that mental stuff goes a lot. So somewhere between what Haidt and Oliverio said, that's probably where I would think us. I'm supporting no matter what, and I'm showing up no matter what. So either way, I'm down with the ride.
So Haidt's saying 6-6. Oliverio saying 8-4. I'm going to put the difference 7-5. 7-5, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Finley.
They're only going to win 4. Go Cougs.
Boo.
Oh
Come on, John.
Party pooper.
You have to have a heel. You have to have a heel, Fredericks.
We follow this on WV Sports Nation. We follow everything he's doing. We go to I got my beat writer out there going to the practices. I think this is going to be the shocker of the Big 12. I really feel it this season. I'm with Oliverio. I think this team is going to go 8-4. I think they're going to win game. Got to remember, last year, okay, they got a couple games they got blown out in. Bad, okay? But they were competitive in a lot of these games. I like our quarterback situation. I like our offensive line. We got some big guys, and I think we win all the non-com games, and I think we go 8-4 overall and win. I think there's how many Big Ten games we play? 8 Big Ten games. I think we go
12. Big 12. Big 12. Yeah, John, you got to be careful following me though. I'm a guy that cheers for the Washington Generals. Okay, so you got to be careful following me.
Big Ten, Maryland, baby. Fear the turtle. I think we go 8-4. Don't boo the Terps. Not nice.
Hey, John, I want all the baseball fans that follow your show. August 30th is our Military Appreciation Night at the Mountaineer Baseball Field, where our minor league team, the Black Bears, will play. So to all our folks who have worn the uniform of our country, we want to honor you. August 30th, 5 p.m. first pitch. Hope folks will come out to the ballpark. Admission will be free for those who have served our country.
I've jotted that down. I'll promote it just for you, Oliverio.
Thank you.
Not paid for or authorized by the Oliverio for Senate campaign. That's my disclaimer.
You'll get tired of hearing our ads on your network this fall.
Wait. We got to get you on we got to get you on the football schedule too. But you got to get me up there. I want to bring the bus to a fundraiser, do an MC. We'll even bring Finley. Finley will come. We get Gino there. We get a whole thing. Come on, man. We'll have some fun. Race.
It's all good.
It's all good.
It's all good.
I'm going to get my guys in, man. Oliverio, we don't worry about height. He's going to get 80%. We got to get Gino in. We got to get Mike in. And I got to get Garcia out. If I'm still around, I don't care if I got to knock on 50,000 doors myself. That guy's a stiff. He's got to go. Find me a candidate, Finley. Ooh, maybe Finley moves there.
No.
John, state senator, Fairmont, lovely area. John. I think it'd be good.
Hey, Fairmont's a great community.
It's a great community. I'm just not moving. That's all.
Give me for state senate. I'm loving it.
No, I'm good.
Thank you for having us, John.
I have so much fun with you guys. Okay, great having you. Jim Justice Juggernaut is coming down the pike. I'll see you guys next week. Michael Patrick Leahy next, live. Keep it right here.
Defiant.
10 consecutive nights of U.S. strikes haven't forced Tehran to loosen its grip on the Strait of Hormuz, through which about a fifth of all traded crude oil and natural gas previously passed. The UK's Maritime Trade Operations Agency says it's received multiple reports of a tanker being hit by a projectile 8 nautical miles off the coast of Oman. Iran's paramilitary Revolutionary Guard claimed the attack and those on 2 other ships targeted in the waterway since Sunday. As fighting has intensified between the US and Iran, mediators have stepped up efforts to revive the interim peace deal signed last month.
The BBC's Yolande Nell. On orders from President Trump, additional 50% tariffs going to be imposed on some Canadian imports. The president accusing the Canadians of unfairly discriminating against American goods. Tropical storm Bertha building strength in the Gulf of America, moving toward the Florida Panhandle. Stocks are higher this morning on Wall Street. The Dow's up 189 points. The Nasdaq Composite Index ahead 227, and the S&P is better by 38 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Hi, I'm Kirk Cameron. Christian Healthcare Ministries is not another health insurance policy. If you're tired of year-long contracts and pointless restrictions, CHM offers anytime enrollment on your schedule and at your convenience. With CHM, you're paying half the cost of a traditional health insurance plan. So that puts more money back into your budget for everyday needs. Plus, you'll have access to CHM's care solutions for virtual appointments, prescription savings, surgery support, and more. My family and I joined in 2018, and it's changed our lives for the better. We love paying way less while helping other believers afford their medical bills. Take the leap of faith and see why Christians across the nation are better with CHM.
Get started by calling 1-833-JOIN-CHM and use promo code WELLNESS for a 50% credit towards your first month. That's 1-833-JOIN-CHM and use promo code WELLNESS.
The sentence is life for a one-time drug lord in New York, and prosecutors pleased with the punishment.
In Brooklyn, former Sinaloa cartel kingpin Ismael El Mayo Zambada has been sentenced to life in prison after pleading guilty last year to drug trafficking.
El Mayo was the world's single biggest drug trafficker this century.
U.S. Attorney Joseph Nocella says it's a worthy sentence after a years-long fight to bring the Mexican drug lord to justice.
A life sentence cut off from family, cut off from freedom, cut off from the outside world is fitting punishment for the harm that El Mayo has caused to countless victims.
At his hearing, Zambada apologized for the harm he caused and called for an end to the cycle of drug violence. Judge Brian Cogan honored a defense request that the 76-year-old be recommended to a federal prison hospital where he can be treated for age-related illnesses. I'm Jennifer King.
News and analysis at townhall.com. The Women's Tennis Association is introducing one-time mandatory genetic testing for all players, effective today.
It's a requirement to compete at the 2028 Los Angeles Olympics. The WTA has updated its women's eligibility policy to include gender screening based on biological sex this week to preserve the integrity of women's professional tennis and maintain fair competition conditions for all players. The new policy takes the organization in line with the eligibility policy introduced by the IOC in March to align with President Trump's executive order on sports ahead of the 2028 Olympics. Keith Peters, Washington.
Federal judge is ordering Paramount and Warner Brothers Discovery to halt their $81 billion merger for at least 2 weeks. This allows states that are challenging the deal more time to see their case through in court. They argue the combination would harm competition. More on these stories, townhall.com.